You have a band, don't you? Horror.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm in Connecticut. Can you do the pasta?
Okay.
Thank you.
Otherwise, it's like such a bad habit. I'm gonna start cursing and get banned forever.
So people ask me all the time, what is Lizzie doing these days? Because there was some talk that maybe you end up working for Trump in his administration, and your husband Darren, for that matter, moved to D.C. Then there was talk that you were going to take over, the mornings at CNN. I don't know, one of those networks. Then there was talk that you're going back to full-time modeling. I don't know. What exactly are you doing these days?
So we decided, I don't know how many people realize this, but
This is a big announcement. Like Larry Trump is about to make a big announcement the next
She
2
is.
days. Here's Liz. You know what it is?
I do know it.
She's pregnant.
She-
I mean, that can't be it. Okay,
I would
thank you.
not be the one to announce that. So even if
Let's
I
take
was
West
not
Putnam
part of it,
Avenue, East Putnam Avenue, Greenwich.
But I mean, come on.
Turn left on Dayton
so
Avenue.
she's making a big,
Then turn
big
right on
announcement,
West Putnam Avenue.
And you're making yours now. So get
Mine is not as big. I am not making that announcement right now, and definitely not pregnant. But no, we worked for Donald Trump since 2016. Right now, a lot of people can say that. We have not had a vacation. We've not had a dinner without talking about Donald Trump. We have yet to take our honeymoon from 2018.
Right.
We got married and we went straight back to work because our lives were solely focused on Donald
Like,
Trump.
share,
So
even the dinner that we had recently, our spouses, me and you and Siggy, we accidentally talked about Trump and saw him.
Right. So I have not had a dinner with my husband without talking about the campaign and work. So we're going to probably take our honeymoon from 8 years ago, which is great. There's a lot of media projects and things that I've really wanted to do that I couldn't do because I was at the RNC, and I certainly couldn't do if I went
from Connecticut to Manhattan.
I
I need to stop by gas
Have a lot
station.
of fun and probably do a little modeling, a lot of media stuff, which I'll also announce when there's an announcement ready to go out. But yeah, I think I'm going to do that. My husband's got some ideas and projects.
Delivery.
And I think in a year or so we will make our way into the
Turn left.
Oh, you were.
Then use the left lane to turn
4
left.
years of Donald Trump in the White House, there's no way I'm going to be able to keep myself away. But I just think there's so many things I've said no to these last 2 years as I was focused on making sure that he was president again, and same with Darren, that we get past a few cool things and then we'll go into the administration.
Okay. So you are that. Okay. So you'll just have fun for about a year. So where do you live? Do you stay in Florida for the next year? Are you moving to D.C. sometime in the next? How does all that work?
We're not moving to D.C. right now. I don't think anyone should ever live in D.C. unless they really, really, really have to. So I don't plan on doing that until I have to.
It's really not
Use the left lane to turn left on Field Point Road.
It's like New York without any of the fun stuff or any of the fun.
Right.
That's basically all.
Right. I mean, and you do have all the buildings, the legendary, historical stuff. But now that I've been there twice in the last, I don't know, less than a year, State of the Union and the inauguration, when you drive around to get towards, the nice part, if you will, it ain't that nice.
It's despicable. Also, I think being a Republican in D.C., it's just, what's the point? Being surrounded by people that want you dead. No, it's gross, and unless you're a top job and Trump administration, there's no point in being there. So, between New York and Florida, but a lot more New York, luckily now their schedule is better, and yeah, just trying to live for the first time in a long time.
Your husband down wants to move back to you.
He does.
So you're not going to let him do it.
No, we would love to.
Probably.
My husband Aaron needs to make a lot more money.
Of
We're
course.
going to move
So
back.
can you work for Trump and live here? No, you don't.
In the administration?
Do you have any idea what you may be doing for town in a year? Any talk of that? Anything?
If I said anything, the world will implode.
It will.
I'll just say anything. I don't think so.
What do you want in the CIA? Are you like John Ratcliffe's assistant?
Right now, I am nothing. But who knows? A year is a long time in Trump world.
But when they announce, which has never happened, I keep hearing about this, it's going to be 3 weeks before the inauguration, it's going to be a week after the inauguration.
Gasolina and benzina is on the way.
Jewish stuff.
Then hopefully I get a ride back to
500
the
feet.
city.
Stay to the right to West Putnam Avenue.
Delivery police.
No.
Stay to the right to West Putnam Avenue.
And what it takes to work
Exactly.
in government and the limitations that come with that. So you really should only take it if it's the perfect job for you. For example, you're making jokes about it. It would not make any sense.
Right.
For you, it would be impossible if you take that job because you have a million other things going on, like this show, which is to do that.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
In 1.4
Any
miles,
lane, any lane,
The job is also housed in the State Department, which is a very serious role.
Cute shop.
Entails your life, including this show.
Really?
Yes, it's not a job.
Well, I can't do
That
that.
makes sense.
Yeah,
Someone like
I can't do that. No, I can't do that.
Little
See, we talked
cute
about the
shop.
Holocaust Memorial thing, but that's not even really a Trump position because it's 5 years, and last I checked, he serves 4 years.
Any
I know he would
lane,
pick me, I guess, right?
Rich people
He would, but
live
it would be picked, whether it's me or anybody. He makes those picks. But in 4 years when he's gone, you're still sitting there? I mean, it's going to be fine because Vance or Lara, some Republican is going to win anyway. I don't see any Democrat.
No, I agree, but that's a role that you should definitely have, and I think anyone that wants to join a commission like that takes it so seriously that it's about the commission and being a part of Holocaust remembrance, and it's not about who's in the White House or politics anyway. So those positions make sense for people like you and people that actually are
Any
heroes in this show.
lane.
You just call me a hero?
I may have, yeah.
Dear God, I love you. I really do. I can't get on this show enough. We got to take a short break, but there was an awful tragedy that took place in D.C. last night. And for folks that don't know this, and you would if you listened to me all the time, Liz Pipko's really main hobby is she's an unbelievable ice skater. In fact, at one point in her life, she was thinking Olympics. That good. She had some injuries and other stuff happened along the way, so she never made it to the Olympics, but she still skates down in South Florida. She ice skates all the time. And we come to find a lot of the people that died on that American Airlines flight that collided with the helicopter last night were ice skaters coming back from a development camp in Wichita, Kansas. And you're going to find out whether Liz Pipko knew those people or not. We'll come back with the lovely Liz Pipko on Sid and Friends in the Morning right after these words.
Gasolina all the way up. Regular.
Sometimes entertaining, sometimes serious, always compelling.
All the way up.
Radio 77 WABC.
All the way up.
WABC, traffic and transit.
Well, as you start to head out there again, we still have a lot going on from the RayContina.com traffic desk. If you're traveling inbound George Washington Bridge, a disabled truck into the lower
Gasolina,
Side Avenue.
like,
and
share,
then a waterway
subscribe.
break as well as you travel out on Route 46, right around East Main Street in Dover. That can be a stop radio.
Get in bed within Hollow, and I can finally sleep through the night. And I it's a custom fit all appliance. There's no bulky hoses or uncomfortable masks. In Hollow works with your private
You've
medical
arrived at your
insurance and
destination.
makes the process seamless. In Hollow.com, you find that
You've arrived at your destination.
For you, visit inhala.com, INHALA.com. Call 844. Celebrating a birthday today. Mar-a-Lago or you're in New York?
I'm not going to say golfing because he's a little busy being president, but I know he likes to be at Mar-a-Lago, and I know also world leaders love to visit him in Mar-a-Lago as well. So I won't blame him for spending
Not just world leaders, don't be radio. I can go there too. I've been there twice. I don't know, 8 months or
Not a bad
something. Not a horrible place, no. Well, it's great to see you. I think I'll make that pilgrimage with you, that very long 15-block walk over to this Holocaust Remembrance event, and you and I will spend the next 2 hours making fun of Joe. That's our dear friend, the great Liz Pitko. Who's better than Liz Pitko? And remember, she was on this show years ago before she was a big star, and Trump was pointing her out in Bedford, New Jersey, and the world knew who she was, and Jesse Waters and everybody else. She was on this show regularly because we love Liz Pitko, whether she's going to be home having a baby in some point or in D.C. working for Donald Trump. I know. From you all, Lara. We're done for today. Lou, excellent job as always. A great deal, Rufino. Justin Ella, great job. Great job, Noah Layton. And from both teams, says God willing, we'll all be back from
Pick up somebody. Hopefully she's going back to the seat.
You've arrived at your destination. In 800 feet, use the left lane to turn left. Then turn left. Turn left. Then turn left on Old Post Road.
Shiny jacket.
77 WABC, the crown jewel of talk radio. Heard worldwide in 173 countries and all 50 states. WABC is committed to live and local radio 24 hours
Like,
a day,
share,
7
subscribe.
days a week. See what 77 WABC can do for you with your business.
WABC.
Call 929-552-7175 and advertise with 77 WABC.
I'm New York
WABC.
State Health Commissioner Dr. Jim McDonald. I'm here to respond to lies being spread about the future of home health care. Businesses pushing a misinformation campaign to protect their own profits. It's meant to scare you into thinking that New Yorkers will lose access to home care. That's false. Your governor and I would never let that happen. So here's what you need to know. New York State has a new plan for a vital program known as CDPAP. Our plan will protect New Yorkers who rely on home care. You're a caregiver. If you're a caregiver, it'll be easier for you to get paid. New Yorkers will get better care and better service at a better price. That's the truth.
A message from the New York State Health Department.
Hi, I'm Brian Kiley. This is your Tell the Towers Foundation New York Minute. Go to T2T.org right now. It's just $11 a month. Now the news. Yes, TDA policy in America. He actually wants Donald Trump to give him a pardon. So does perhaps Eric Adams. The senior Trump officials reportedly spoke to Justice Department officials about dropping Eric Adams' indictments. I'm Brian Kiley. Listen to my show 10 to noon on 77 WABC. This has been your Tell the Towers Foundation New York Minute. Police officer and K-9 handler Jacob Russell Chafins was fatally shot while attempting to serve warrants for domestic violence offenses. Thanks to friends like you, the Tell the Towers Foundation gave Chafins' family the gift of a mortgage-free home. There's so much more to do to say thank you to our nation's heroes and their families for their immense sacrifices for us. Help Tunnels to Towers lift up these heroes and their families. Donate $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
Talk Radio 77 WABC. WABC New York and 107.1 WLIR-FM Hampton Bays.
77 WABC chime time 10:02, 27 sunny on this Thursday, January 30th. Good morning, I'm Noam Layton. First responders in D.C. looking for bodies at this hour from that crash last night between an American Airlines flight and a military helicopter right near the runway at Reagan National Airport. A lot of Washingtonians say they saw the explosion that took place around 9 o'clock.
And there was a stream of sparks underneath it. It looked to me like a giant Roman candle, sparks shooting from the head of the plane down to the tail.
The plane was from Wichita, Kansas. It was carrying 64, including the crew. The Tomahawk helicopter had 3 on board. Air traffic controllers at Reagan National saw the crash right before their eyes.
Fire Command, the accident happened in the river. Both the helicopter and the plane crashed in the river. It's east of the approach end of runway 33.
More than 30 bodies have already been found. Here's the CEO of American Airlines.
We're cooperating fully with the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation, and we'll continue to provide all the information we can. Our cooperation is without pause, and we want to learn about today's events. That work will take time.
NTSB is on the scene going to try to figure out why the helicopter and plane collided. Jersey City cops searching for a man who stabbed at least 4 people in a home there overnight, 2 of the victims' kids. Officers arrived about 1 a.m. This is Hutton Street. They found a broken window to a basement apartment, and they found 4 people inside unconscious with stab wounds. We're being told some of those victims have passed away. Your forecast from the 77 WABC Weather Center: sun, clouds this afternoon, high 36. 10:04 now, traffic, transit. Here's Joe Nolan.
All right, Nolan, from the Raycatina.com traffic desk, we're going to start on the northbound side, getting up on the Whitestone Bridge. Apparently, there's an accident. One lane going to be on the northbound side of the Bronx River Parkway up on Whitestone Avenue. An accident again, that would be right on the young response line. Again, left lane going to be out on the northbound side. Now, eastbound 287 at Knollwood Road, there's a crash there. They've moved it off the side of the roadway. And then southbound Route 9 at King George Road, that off-ramp. Don't forget the water. See the new 2025 Jaguar Marlboro, now available with 2.9% APR financing.
Yo, Guido, what's up?
Qualified financing. Schedule a test drive today at Jaguar Marlboro Raycatina dealership. I'm Joe Nolan with traffic.
Don't you worry about the thing.
WABC. That's what everybody's talking about.
Don't you worry about the thing.
Sunday morning at 11. It's the Judge Jennings Tunnel the Towers Foundation Sunday morning show. 177 WABC. Congestion pricing is here. Coming from Staten Island.
I'm paying at the Verrazano. I'm paying at the Battery. And $9 more just to get into Midtown? Not all.
Coming from Jersey.
$18 at the
In
Lincoln
900
Plus,
feet,
another $9
turn
to
right
get
on
to work
Indian
in
Head
Midtown.
Road.
And all
Indian Head Road.
Coming from Long
What
Island.
a name.
11 for the Queens Midtown Tunnel Plus.
Behind it, and obviously should have seen the plane. Everything was lit up. And usually they have this freezing cold temperature in the water, about 30, 35 degrees. Everybody that was in,
Turn right
hit the
on
water.
Maple
Once you're in there 20 minutes, hypothermia.
You've arrived at your destination.
I don't know this house.
This crazy morning Joe, he's just going nuts with Donald Trump back in office. You can see it this morning. Glasses were fogging up. And
Hi,
morning Joe,
how are you?
said that
I wasn't sure I'm in the right place. This was Stephanie. Welcome, welcome. Let me see, where are you going? Where are you taking me? Good places?
Well,
Manhattan, yeah.
I'm taking you to the hospital.
Oh, okay. Or Christie Auction there or something. Okay, thank you. Let's go. Manhattan.
Avenue. 1,000 feet, use the right lane to turn right. Turn right on East Putnam Avenue.
These are lunatics, by the way. They've weaponized the Justice Department against their political opponents.
That's absolutely true. And Trump's former attorney is now the assistant attorney general. He's been looking into this case and discussing it with the local U.S. attorney here. So you never know. Would he get a pardon?
I think that he was treated pretty unfairly. Now, I haven't seen the gravity of it all, but it seems, like being upgraded in an airplane many years ago.
Yeah, so, you know what, there won't be a pardon. What would happen if they would just drop the charges? And again, half the charges are ridiculous. The other half could be serious, but who knows? And then maybe they don't even have the case.
In a quarter of a mile, use the right lane to turn right to I-95 toward New York City, New Haven.
That's perfectly normal. Anybody in government say that's done all the time. That's perfectly normal. Nothing wrong with that. It's a big, big business. There might be a donor, but it's a big business. Open a big facility.
In 1,000 feet, turn right, then turn right.
Maybe good for New York. You want the jobs, you want the money, you want it coming in. So now, the case of manhattn, that's where you got the coffin, ton of cash, gold bars, and all this. And remember, this is the second time.
Turn right to I-95 toward New York City, New Haven. Then turn right to I-95 south toward New York City. Turn right to I-95 south toward New York City. Continue straight for 20 minutes to I-95 south toward George Washington Bridge.
the cabinet picks. We'll get to all of that coming up in a moment on 710 WOR. Let's get the latest news. Here's Jacqueline Carl.
Good morning. No survivors are expected to be found in the crash involving American Airlines jet and Army Black Hawk helicopter near Washington, D.C. The crash happened last night as the regional jet was approaching Reagan National Airport. And the search continues for the teenage suspect who took an empty New York City subway train on a joyride Saturday night. The NYPD has released new video showing 6 masked and hooded adrenaline junkies stealing an unoccupied art train from a Queens storage yard in Forest Hill. MTA CEO Jenna Lieber.
I'm burned about this. For our riders and for all of them. Failure of security, failure of the supervision, the monitoring process.
Lieber says the MTA is in the process of updating technology that would stop would-be train thieves and low-tech approaches, including replacing locks on older model cars. Sarah Lee Kessler, WOR News. This report is sponsored by Paul Miller Auto Group. Find your new car today at Paul Miller Auto Group with thousands of new and pre-owned vehicles of every make and model from their 11 dealerships. They have what you want within your budget. Buy online through their fast lane process to have it delivered within 24 hours. See for yourself at paulmiller.com. Next news at 11, bulletins at 1. Wake up with Menti in the morning, 6 till 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. I'm Jacqueline Carl on 710 WOR and NBC News radio station.
This is Richard Wedding with the WOR Weather Channel forecast. High pressure across the area will stay in control here through the afternoon with sunshine, 36. Clouds rolling in, risk of showers late tonight, freezing rain north and west of New York City. Winter weather advisories up early tomorrow morning, low tonight 33. Rain showers expected throughout the day tomorrow, highs tomorrow in mid-40s. Sunshine, 28 WOR.
I'm Frank Miller for Ron and Son. Well, the market's off to a modestly higher open following yesterday's lower close on Wall Street. That came after the Fed announced its expected decision to leave interest rates unchanged. Earnings were in the spotlight as some big-name companies are out with results. Meta Platforms, Microsoft, and telecom giant AT&T all reporting results. AT&T says that profits for the fourth quarter nearly doubled from last year. Busy day on the economic front. The Commerce Department said that economic growth in the fourth quarter fell short of economist estimates. Meanwhile, the Labor Department said that first-time claims for unemployment benefits dropped more than expected the weekend of January 25th. And all passengers aboard an American Airlines flight carrying 64 people are feared dead after colliding with an Army helicopter in Washington, D.C. last night. Both aircraft crashed in the Potomac River near Reagan National Airport around 9 p.m. local time. The airport remains closed. Officials say there are likely no survivors from the crash. I'm Frank Miller for Ron and Sana on New York's 710 WOR.
Jesse Kelly. Right now, what is happening, not just in America, I should note. Canada's seeing this, places like Germany, France, other places. The people themselves are starting to rise up. It is a rejection of the elites who run Western society. And they want something different. Jesse Kelly, outspoken, outrageous, out to end the mandate. Weeknights at 6, 710 WOR.
Run a business and not thinking about podcasting? Think again. More Americans listen to podcasts than ad-supported streaming music from Spotify and Pandora. And as the #1 podcaster, iHeart's twice as large as the next two combined. So whatever your customers listen to, they'll hear your message. Plus, only iHeart can extend your message to audiences across broadcast radio. Think podcasting can help your business? Think iHeart. Streaming, radio, and podcasting. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
With Get Covered New Jersey, get quality, affordable health coverage with choices that fit your life and your budget. 9 in 10 get financial help, and many pay $10 a month or less. All plans provide free preventive care, coverage for prescriptions, emergency services, and more. Enroll at getcovered.nj.gov.
Don't be a Scrooge just because the holidays are over. Larry Minty here for Toys for Tots, a year-round force for good, spreading hope and joy to children in need. Toys for Tots has delivered over 600,000
tragedy in D.C. that occurred last night, too, is obviously puts a dark cloud on everything.
Yeah. You've been in so many White Houses. Have you ever seen a president take office and do so much in 1 week?
No, he has a very aggressive agenda. He's got a good team around him in the White House that know what he wants. I think the key thing here is there's some big agenda items he wants to push out. You have to make sure that they're basically totally laid out in the communication way that everybody understands. No surprises. The biggest problem he faces is he's got very narrow margins in the House and the Senate. It's good to have the majority. I'd like to see 10 or 15 more House members and 3 or 4 more senators. But he doesn't have it, so he has to be careful. He has to make sure that he doesn't lose anybody along the way. And that pretty much comes down to communicating effectively.
Yeah. Hey, the new press secretary, 27 years old. I thought she was pretty effective. What'd you think?
She was very effective, and I think that they're going to take care of people who are their friends. But, the world of journalism and White House journalism and local journalism has changed dramatically. So I think the key thing is you use the vehicles that are there to communicate your story and not let them just basically use you as a tool to go out and beat up on the president, which is what they've done in the past. So I think he's off to a tremendous start. Getting the Secretary of Defense then was a very important fight, close fight. He won it. He's got a couple others here that today, tomorrow, big battles. But I think all in all, he's going to have his cabinet in place. He's got his White House in place, and he's got an agenda in place. Obviously, he's got some international issues. He's going to be with Netanyahu next week, which is all important. So, no rest in the weary.
You also think about qualifications that he had to put in. Look at half of our secretaries of defense.
In 1,000 feet, use any lane to continue straight.
Would you agree that you really don't need that much experience to do this? You need to be a military sort of a guy.
Continue on I-278 West, Bruckner Expressway. In 1.7 miles, continue on I-278 West, RFK Bridge toward Manhattan, Queens.
3 weeks controversies will all be forgotten and people march forward.
Even our kids use it. Some of them, well, you're not a doctor, you're not a medical. Most of our secretaries of health have no medical experience. Again, they were congressmen. With RFK Jr.,
I think it's close. He's got some detractors, and he needs to make sure his eyes are 100% today. The difference between Medicaid
Left lane blocked ahead.
and anything that he says on relative vaccines is going to be highlighted. I think they're all going to make that. I think the reality is that I may be wrong on that, but there's no real controversial end game at this point in time. I think getting Pete through is the critical factor because he had the full force of the Democrats and everybody else against him, and they won that. So I think the reality is the president's cabinet he needs to get what he needs to move the ball forward. So,
it's sort of a crazy process where the president takes office and you still haven't confirmed his cabinet. He'll operate for a week or two or whatever without the full cabinet. Why do we do it that way?
there's a lot of things to do because it's happened for 200 years. I think the period waiting a couple months after an election before you put your team in.
Like 26 minutes. Either 11, 13.
In half a mile, use the left 2 lanes to continue straight.
I think we have a unique opportunity to do that.
Yeah. Well, Ed Brown, great stuff. Thanks for all the great work. We'll check in with you soon. And Ed Brown,
My pleasure.
thanks for being with us. Take care.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
And everybody check out the webpage. A lot of good stuff up there today. This idea of rounding up the illegal immigrants, the ones that committed crime, deporting them. Does it sound crazy to you, Democrats? Well, watch this video of Obama in the White House saying exactly the same thing. In fact, you may have a plagiarism scandal here. Watch this. This is Obama in the White House. He's speaking from the East Room. He's at
That's why iHeart LA has teamed up to help support the Dream Center, a local LA organization working tirelessly to provide relief, from operating shelters to supplying essentials to those who lost everything. So please, join us in supporting the Dream Center's efforts to help rebuild
Exit
the
right
lives
to
of
exit
thousands who have
14
been affected
East
by these
96th
devastating
Street.
fires. Visit dreamcenter.org today to donate. That's dreamcenter.org.
KHD2 New York, an iHeart radio station. Listen on the free iHeart radio app for all your music, sports, songs, and podcasts. Never sounded so good.
Remembering Jimmy Carter, 39th president, living to 100, first president treated with radio surgery. Dr. Lederman, first to perform body radio surgery in America. First and first. Why a president chooses radio surgery for cancer treatment. Same reason as our patients. While tolerating highly effective where we attack cancer, outpatient, proven over decades, no cutting, no bleeding. Learn from Dr. Lederman, first with body radio surgery, thousands treated, high success and high quality of life commonly. Meet Dr. Lederman. Call 212 Choices. Most insurances, Medicare, Medicaid accepted. 1384 Broadway in Manhattan. Learn what President Carter knew.
In 800 feet, use the left lane to continue on FDR Drive, Service
Dr.
Road.
Lederman believes you're president of your body. For new or recurring cancers, call Dr. Lederman. 212 Choices. 212 Choices. First president and first physician. Dr. Lederman.
Mr. New York.
Listen on, always on point. 710 WOR.
President Trump will speak in a moment or two. He's going to speak to the whole nation about what happened. So it's the terrible crash that happened last night. Black Hawk helicopter, military helicopter, 3 on board, crashes into an American Airlines flight that's coming from Wichita. It's not a big jet. It's a smaller size jet, but it's got 64 people on board. It's a flight from Wichita to Reagan National Airport, which is Washington, D.C. got 2 airports. You got Reagan, which is very close in, right in the city, and then you got Dulles, which is 45 minutes out. That's the bigger airport. But Washington, this happened was 1982, where there was a crash, 14th Street Bridge, right near Reagan Airport. So if you watch the video, you see the American Airlines flight coming to Reagan Airport. Looks like it's just perfect on the flight path, everything just right, perfect descent. It's heading to the runway, but the helicopter, the military helicopter, is coming from behind and doesn't seem to see it, and it's coming up way too fast, smashes in from behind. Now we'll wait to see if the president has these details. We don't know why that helicopter was there in that flight path. Shouldn't have been there. American Airlines is fully blaming the helicopter for the crash. It was on some sort of training mission. They call it training sortie, and it cut through that airspace. And it shouldn't have been in that airspace. And the air traffic controller at one point starts warning the helicopter. But as our pilot, we called him before, said they may not have been on that frequency for that airport, may not have heard the warning. You're all supposed to have some sort of technology there, a detector that can detect a crash if it's coming. That may have been shut off. We don't know exactly who's flying this helicopter. Again, it was a training sortie. They may have been brand new at this. We don't know. We'll find out, hopefully, in a few minutes from the President of the United States.
Use the left lane to continue on FDR Drive, Service Road.
From behind smashes into the plane. Both crash into the Potomac River, which is very, very cold. It's about 35 degrees in the water. It's about 35 degrees. Everybody in the water, if you're in there for about 20 minutes or more, it's hypothermia. You can die just from that. There are, in the early stages is what you heard.
As we get further and further into the night, the temperature is lowering. It is now below 40 degrees. It is chilly out here, and so you can only feel for those that may have still survived this terrible crash that might be in that water behind it.
Yeah, and it just got the story got just uglier and uglier.
Clearly, the altitude, the banking, this I'm hearing of, survival will be difficult. The very cold water, that's improved matters. Dark night.
Yeah, now then, the response, it's right in the middle of Washington, D.C., massive response, literally hundreds of responders.
There was a mass
this massive staging area. We saw fire trucks. We saw police cars for different agencies. We saw swiftwater rescue.
In 900 feet, use either lane to stay to the right to York Avenue. Stay to the right to York Avenue. In 1 mile, turn left on East 72nd Street.
Sean Duffy is the new transportation secretary, and he was there. He was on the scene immediately.
Spoke with President Trump and his team in the Situation Room. I had a conversation with Secretary Pete Hegseth as well.
But again, icy water is difficult to do anything.
The water that we're operating in is about 8 feet deep. There is wind. There is pieces of ice out there. So it's just dangerous and hard to work in.
Yeah, very tough for the rescue operation.
Fire departments and police departments from across the Washington metropolitan region are executing a rescue operation in the Potomac River.
The helicopters said that they saw the regional jet. They acknowledged visual separation, meaning that the responsibility to stay clear of the regional jet was theirs. We see it, we see where they're landing, and we will stay away from it, we will go behind it. Perhaps they picked a point of light where they picked an airplane that was not the regional jet, and they thought everything was fine.
So that's the question. The American Airlines makes it clear their pilot did nothing wrong. It's a perfectly executed landing, perfect descent. That helicopter just came right up from behind and smacked into them. According to that official, the helicopter pilot acknowledged seeing the plane, but just earlier we had a former helicopter pilot on Pluto's helicopters disappear over that part of D.C. over so many lights blinking at you from down below. And as this official just said, he may have focused on the wrong light and seen enough separation to realize which light it was. But that's a huge mistake to make. Actually, the latest numbers, there were 300 first responders and rescue workers deployed in the Potomac, inflatable boats, and they had to erect searchlights and tough operation. They did.
Estimated time in traffic, 9 minutes.
Sometime before they find the rest. Officials say no one survived. It's a horrible pressure. We're just waiting for the President of the United States. He's going to speak at any moment. It's scheduled for 11. It's 11:05 right now. But hey, Reagan Airport, by the way, is still shut. The closed Reagan Airport, which is a big problem for travel in Washington, D.C. It is closed. And there were some other stories going on around. We'll get to the President as soon as he speaks. But, Facebook was being sued by Donald Trump because they did an awful thing. The terrible censorship that took place from these crazy tech people. Twitter bashing Donald Trump. Can you imagine the President of the United States? They take away your Twitter account. Well, Facebook did the same thing. They took away his Facebook account. They just shut it all down. I mean, it's absolutely preposterous that they shut it down. And they claimed it had to do with January 6th, but I don't know what that would have to do with anything. So they shut down his Facebook account. By the way, when January 6th occurred, this whole big story that you're talking about, the President sat there for 3 hours watching TV. None of that is true. None of that is true. Completely false. The actual entrance into the Capitol began at 2:21. And at 2:38, he put out a long tweet telling everybody to go home, to leave the Capitol. It was quite detailed. So that's 27 minutes before he responded. Now, people were still saying, well, why doesn't he go on television and say that? Well, the reason is, if you study the video of the Capitol invasion, look at the video, they looked at it carefully. None of the people are carrying television sets. There would have been no point in going on television. None of them had TV sets on them. But he did tweet it out, long, detailed thing, urging them to get out of the Capitol, go home, obey the police. But again, right after that, and then he used Twitter to talk to those protesters and tell them to get out of there. But right after that, Twitter
Trump has been suing them for some time. And it was announced yesterday that Facebook, it's actually a company called Meta, is going to settle that lawsuit by paying Donald Trump $25 million. So they're going to write him a check for $25 million. Zuckerberg, as you know, had visited Mar-a-Lago and had long meetings with Donald Trump, and they admit they discussed this in the meeting. So $25 million check to Donald Trump. Now he got, what was it, $12 million from ABC News. Forget all these other businesses. He made probably $50 million from news organizations, from them slandering him, cheating him, and having to pay him off for the lawsuits. So it's $25 million from Facebook. Now, about $3 million of that needed to cover his legal fees. So he'll use $3 million of it to pay his legal fees. The remaining $22 million he's going to donate to the Trump Presidential Library. And, you know, Biden's having a lot of trouble. They want to have Biden. Every president, big fix to build the library when you leave. It's like a big monument to yourself. And Biden can't seem to raise any money for his library. Something it'll just be a bookmobile. Now, what you can also do, if you're next president, you can build that library. You can spend a fortune. You can raise hundreds of millions, spend whatever you want, and then you build yourself your own place in there. For instance, in Arkansas, Clinton, in his library on the top floor, built himself the most magnificent penthouse with an outdoor hot tub and the whole. So you can do that too. And if you're a guy like Biden, you could build that library in Delaware, build yourself an enormous apartment in it. But again, having a lot of trouble raising money. And that may not happen. But Trump, no problem. He's raising tons of money for his presidential library. The question is, where would it go? You would think New York. It's usually in your home state. But I don't know. It may be in Florida. Of course, that's his home now. It has been for a few years. So it could be in Florida, somewhere near Palm Beach or something. But by the time he's done, he'll have probably a couple of $100 million for the presidential library. And remember, when it's time to build the presidential library, you overpay, you overspend, you don't control the construction costs. Remember, in this case, it's one of the greatest builders, one of the biggest builders in America. So this lobby, this library, will be built right on time, right on schedule, right on budget. No problem at all. Gold and shiny and all that, but he'll get it built. We're just waiting for President Trump to speak at some point. He's not usually late. Scheduled for 11, it's 11:10. He's usually on time, but we'll see. So Menendez, as you heard, got sentenced. Now, he could have gotten 18, 20 years, something like that. Could have gotten 8 years. They sort of split the difference. He's gotten 11 years in prison. Menendez actually cried in court. He'll do 11 years in prison. The sentencing yesterday, but I think he's not. I think it's June when he was ordered to report, not till June. But his wife goes on trial. She's getting all kinds of medical trouble. She's getting treatment now. But then in March she'll go on trial, and most likely she'll get a pretty similar sentence to him. He is appealing the case, and I don't know what happens. I guess I would imagine you're in jail during the appeal, but you never know. The judge could let him out pending appeal, but I wouldn't count on it. And Donald Trump could pardon him, but why would he want to do that? Don't know. Menendez claiming it was lawfare, it was retaliation because he spoke out against Biden. That could be. It could be, and that's why they went after him. But in his case, they actually found some crimes, so that's a little different story. And it's not the first time he's been on trial. But Menendez brought that up yesterday.
President Trump is right. This process is political and it's corrupted to the core. I hope President Trump cleans up the cesspool and restores the integrity to the system.
Yeah, now remember, this is the U.S. Attorney, Southern District, which is the finest U.S. Attorney's office. But the guy that was there was very close to Merrick Garland. So Biden, with his lawfare, this U.S. Attorney had been Merrick Garland's law clerk, and that's what Menendez is saying here.
Only in the Southern District
In 1,000 feet, turn left on East 72nd Street.
Away from over 10 criminal charges, including defrauding the United States government so that they can get him to lie on the stand. Welcome to the Southern District of New York, the Wild West of political prosecutions.
No, we'll see. But again, just because it's on there doesn't mean they didn't find actual crimes. You know, in the case of Trump, they couldn't find any crimes, so they made up the most preposterous charges. Our greatest legal experts have said they've read the case 100 times, can't figure out what the crime was. And remember, the case of Trump, the Bragg case, the hush money, that'll be tossed out on any appeal, anywhere. Any normal court will toss that out, say nothing to worry about. In the case of the overvalued apartment, that appeals court has already indicated they think the case is preposterous, so those will all get tossed out. In the case of Menendez, it's not going to get tossed out. And the Gilgo Beach murderer, that's interesting. He wants the trials all separate, 6 or 7 women, 6 or 7 separate trials. I don't know why that would be. Well, of course, you know, believe it or not, when you're in prison like that, you want to go on trial because that's how you get out of prison. You get to go to be in the courthouse all day, which is a lot more. It's a lot nicer than being in the prison all day. So the more trials, the better. They've been using, use DNA in a case like that. The problem is when you dump the body on a beach, and it's been at Gilgo Beach for years. The sand, the wind, the seawater, the salt water. It just destroys all the DNA, and it's very hard to test. All you're left with is maybe a hair or two. The regular DNA can't even test it. It's been so damaged by the sun and the wind and the salt water. So they've sent it out to California. There's a new technology. They call it nuclear DNA.
Turn left on East 72nd Street.
But Rex, the Gilgo Beach murderer, and his lawyer are in court saying that this nuclear DNA is too new. The scientific community does not agree that it's reliable, and so they're trying to get it tossed out. They got a shot at this because who knows? They may convince the judge this technology is too flimsy, too new, it hasn't been proven or tested to completely satisfy the scientific world. So if they get that DNA tossed, that could be pretty interesting.
In 400
you know, when
feet,
you go to the drug
you'll arrive.
Yes, soon traffic will clear. Go there, go. How long are you gonna stay here?
Tomorrow for sure. I have to see a doctor. So, but I'm going to see him right away. That's why my husband, who works here,
Oh.
is going to take me over to his office. It may just be maybe a half an hour, and maybe an hour.
Really? And then you're gonna go back to
And I'm
Connecticut?
going, yeah.
So maybe I take you back.
Okay, if you want to give me your card,
Yeah.
I'll call you directly.
Okay. I'll work out something.
I don't think they're going to put me in the hospital. I had a heart issue last night.
Also, download the app ChatGPT. Will tell you a lot of stuff.
You've arrived at your destination.
What number do you need? Let me see.
You can just let me off anywhere.
5:23.
It's right there. It's my husband's office.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
Okay.
Be in
Maybe I'll
touch.
see you later
Okay,
then.
take care. Bye. Get well. Okay, no problem. Take care. She had a heart condition.
Speed camera reported ahead.
How it's gonna use this? Go eat something, maybe.
Scientific director at Invite Health, and we understand that our immune system can be challenged by pesky pathogens, which is why we are excited for you to take advantage of this limited time offer. Buy one bottle of Beta Immunity Apex at suggested retail and get the second bottle free. That's right, free, and we cover the shipping for you. Contact Invite Health at 800-632-0572. That's 800-632-0572. Or use code BETA at invitehealth.com. The time for a strong immune system is now. Get your Beta Immunity HX today. 800-632-0572. Not thinking about radio? Think again. Because more people are listening to the radio on iHeart today than they did 20 years ago. And only iHeart Broadcast Radio connects with more Americans than TV, digital, social, any other media. Even twice as many teens than TikTok. Think radio can help your business? Think iHeart. Streaming, podcasting, and radio. Call 844-8.
Hey, President Trump about to speak. Don't miss our latest, let's hold that for a minute. President Trump speaking on the plane crash. Looking for it.
Thank you very much.
It was actually announced a moment of silence for the survivors.
I speak to you this morning in an hour of anguish for our nation. Just before 9 p.m. last night, an American Airlines regional jet carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter carrying 3 military service members over the Potomac River in Washington, D.C. while on final approach to Reagan National Airport. Both aircraft crashed instantly and were immediately submerged into the icy waters of the Potomac. Real tragedy. The massive search and rescue mission was underway throughout the night, leveraging every asset at our disposal, and I have to say the local, state, federal, military, including the United States Coast Guard in particular. They've done a phenomenal job. So quick, so fast. It was mobilized immediately. The work is now shifted to a recovery mission. Sadly, there are no survivors. This was a dark and excruciating night in our nation's capital and in our nation's history, and a tragedy of terrible proportions. As one nation, we grieve for every precious soul that has been taken from us so suddenly, and we are a country of, really, we are in mourning. This is really shaking a lot of people, including people, very sadly, from other nations who were on the front. For the family members back in Wichita, Kansas, here in Washington, D.C., and throughout the United States and in Russia, we have a Russia contingent of very talented people. Unfortunately, we're on that plane. Very, very, very sorry about that. Whose loved ones were aboard the passenger jet. We can only begin to imagine the agony that you're all feeling. Nothing worse. On behalf of the First Lady, myself, and 340 million Americans, our hearts are shattered alongside yours, and our prayers are with you now. And in the days to come, we'll be working very, very diligently in the days to come. We're here for you to wipe away the tears and to offer you our devotion, our love, and our support. There's great support. In moments like this, the differences between Americans fade to nothing compared to the bonds of affection and loyalty that unite us all, both as Americans and even as nations. We are one family, and today we are all heartbroken. We're all searching for answers. That icy Potomac, it was a cold, cold night, cold water. We're all overcome with the grief for many who have so tragically perished, will no longer be with us. Together we take solace in the knowledge that their journey ended not in the cold waters of the Potomac, but in the warm embrace of a loving God. We do not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions and ideas, and I think we'll probably state those opinions now. Because over the years I've watched as things like this happen, and they say, well, we're always investigating, and then the investigation 3 years later they announce it. We think we have some pretty good ideas, but we'll find out how this disaster occurred, and we'll ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. The FAA and the NTSB and the U.S. military will be carrying out a systematic and comprehensive investigation. Our new Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, his second day on the job. That happened. It's a rough one. We'll be working tirelessly. He's a great gentleman. The whole group, these are great people, and they are working tirelessly to figure out exactly what happened. We will state certain opinions, however. I'm also immediately appointing an acting commissioner to the FAA, Christopher Rocheleau, a 22-year veteran of the agency, highly respected. Christopher, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We must have only the highest standards for those who work in our aviation system. I changed the Obama standards from very mediocre at best to extraordinary. You remember that. Only the highest aptitude, they have to be the highest intellect and psychologically superior people were allowed to qualify for air traffic controllers. That was not so prior to getting there. When I arrived in 2016, I made that change very early on because I always felt this was a job that, and other jobs too, but this was a job that had to be superior intelligence, and we didn't really have that, and we had it. And then when I left office and Biden took over, he changed them back to lower than ever before. I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. And they put politics at a level that nobody's ever seen, because this was the lowest level. Their policy was horrible, and their politics was even worse. So as you know, last week, long before the crash, I signed an executive order restoring our highest standards for air traffic controllers and other important ground traffic country. So it was very interesting. About a week ago, almost upon entering office, I signed something last week that was an executive order, very powerful on restoring the highest standards of air traffic controllers, and others, by the way. And my administration will set the highest possible bar for aviation safety. We have to have our smartest people. It doesn't matter what they look like, how they speak, who they are. It matters intellect, talent, the word talent. They have to be talented, naturally talented geniuses. You can't have regular people doing that job. They won't be able to do it. But we'll restore faith in American air travel. I'll have more to say about that. I do want to point out that various articles that appeared prior to my entering office, and here's one. The FAA's diversity push includes focus on hiring people with severe intellectual and psychiatric disabilities. That is amazing. And then it says FAA says people with severe disabilities are most underrepresented segment of the workforce, and they want them in, and they want them, they can be air traffic controllers. I don't think so. This was in January 14th, so that was a week before I entered office. They put a big push to put diversity into the FAA's program. Then another article, the Federal Aviation Administration, this was before I got to office, recently, second term. The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled out on the agency's website. Can you imagine? These are people that are, I mean, actually their lives are shortened because of the stress that they have. Brilliant people have to be in those positions, and their lives are actually shortened, very substantially shortened because of the stress, where you have many, many planes coming into one target, and you need a very special talent and a very special genius to be able to do it. Targeted disabilities are those disabilities that the federal government, as a matter of policy, has identified for special emphasis in recruitment and hiring. The FAA's website states they include hearing, vision, missing extremities, partial paralysis, complete paralysis, epilepsy, severe intellectual disability, psychiatric disability, and dwarfism all qualify for the position of a controller of airplanes pouring into our country, pouring into a little spot, a little dot on the map, a little runway. The initiative is part of the FAA's diversity and inclusion hiring plan. Think of that. The initiative is part of the FAA's diversity and inclusion hiring plan, which says diversity is integral to achieving FAA's mission of ensuring safe and efficient travel. I don't think so. I think it's just the opposite. The FAA website shows that the agency's guidance on diversity hiring were last updated on March 23rd of 22. They wanted to make it even more so. And then I came in, and I assume maybe this is the reason. The FAA, which is overseen by Secretary Pete Buttigieg, a real winner. That guy's a real winner. Do you know how badly everything's run since he's run the Department of Transportation? He's a disaster. He was a disaster as a mayor. He ran his city into the ground, and he's a disaster now. He's just got a good line of bullshit. The Department of Transportation is government agency charged with regulating civil aviation. Well, he runs it, 45,000 people, and he's run it right into the ground with his diversity. So I had to say that it's terrible. Then it's a group within the FAA, another story, determined that the workforce was too white, that they had concerted efforts to get the administration to change that and to change it immediately. This was in the Obama administration just prior to my getting there. And we took care of African Americans, Hispanic Americans. We took care of everybody at levels that nobody's ever seen before. It's one of the reasons I won. But they actually came out with a directive, too white. And we want the people that are competent. But now we mourn and we pray, and we'd like to ask all Americans to join me in a moment of silence as we ask God to watch over those who have lost their lives and bring comfort to the loved ones. And I just want to say God bless everyone in this room. This has been a terrible, very short period of time. We'll get to the bottom of it. So we all saw the same thing. We've seen it many times. I've had the honor of hearing tapes. Tapes are scary, very scary tapes. You had a airliner coming in, American Airlines. He was doing everything right. He was on track. He was the same track as everybody else that came in, and probably the same track as they've had for 25 years or more. He's coming in the path, and for some reason, he had a helicopter that was at the same height, obviously when they hit, but pretty much the same height, and going at an angle that was unbelievably bad. When the air traffic controller said, do you see, he was talking about, do you see him? But there was very little time left when that was stated. And then also, he said, follow him in. And then almost immediately after that, seconds after that, there was the crash that took place. Well, you follow him in, that means like everything's fine, follow him in. You had a pilot problem from the standpoint of the helicopter, because it was visual. It was a very clear night. It was cold, but clear, and clear as you could be. The American Airlines plane had lights blazing. They had all of their landing lights on. I could see it from the Kennedy Center tape. We had a tape up on the Kennedy Center. That seems to be the primary. That's why I'm sure we'll see other tapes, because it's such an area where there are a lot of cameras looking up into the air, into space. So we'll probably see many other shots of it before too much time goes by. But we had a situation where we had a helicopter that had the ability to stop. I have helicopters. You can stop a helicopter very quickly. It had the ability to go up or down. It had the ability to turn. And the turn it made was not the correct turn, obviously. It did somewhat the opposite of what it was told. We don't know that would have been the difference, because the timing was so tight. It was so little time to think. But what you did have is you had vision. The helicopter had vision of the plane, because you had vision of it all the way, perfect vision of it all the way from at Kennedy Center, where the tape was taken. And for some reason, there weren't adjustments made. Again, you could have slowed down the helicopter substantially. You could have stopped the helicopter. You could have gone up. You could have gone down. You could have gone straight up, straight down. You could have turned. You could have done a million different maneuvers. For some reason, it just kept going, and then made a slight turn at the very end, and by that time it was too late. They shouldn't have been at the same height, because if it was at the same height, you could have gone under it or over it, and nobody realized, or they didn't say that it's at the same height. At the same height, which still wouldn't have been great, but you would have missed it by quite a bit. Could have been 1,000 feet higher, it could have been 200 feet lower, but it was exactly at the same height, and somebody should have been able to point that out. So all of this is going to be studied, but it just seems to me, from a couple of words that I like to use, the words common sense, some really bad things happened, and some things happened that shouldn't have happened. So you had a helicopter going in an identical direction. You had a helicopter that was at the exact same height as somebody going in essentially the opposite direction. You had a plane that was following a track, which is a track that every other plane followed. And I don't imagine, I know I've heard today that they might have been following the preceding plane, which was pretty close, but not that close, the preceding plane, but you wouldn't have even been able to see that because of the direction that the helicopter was coming in at. So you had a confluence of bad decisions that were made, and you have people that lost their lives, violently lost their lives. We're going to take a few questions. I'd like to ask our new Secretary of Transportation to say a few words. Sean Duffy, great gentleman, just started. It's not your fault, and I know you agree with me very strongly on intellect and even psychological well-being of the air traffic control. It's such an important position, and I think I can't emphasize stronger. I changed it when I first ran in 2016. I changed it. We had the highest standard that you could have, and then they changed it back. That was Biden to a standard I read it to you. That was from one of your papers. One of the people in this room actually wrote that. And then I changed it back a few days ago. And unfortunately, that was, we'll see. We don't know that necessarily. It's even the controller's fault. But one thing we do know, there was a lot of vision, and people should have been able to see that, you know, at what point do you stop? At what point do you say, wow, that plane's getting a little bit close? So this is a tragedy that should not have happened. Please, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would just note the President's leadership has been remarkable during this crisis. We've had a whole of government response, local, state, federal, and when you see that kind of cooperation, it begins with the leadership in this body. So thank you for that, Mr. President. You make our jobs a lot easier. You made an important point that when we deal with safety, we can only accept the best and the brightest in positions of safety that impact the lives of our loved ones, our family members. And I think you make a really important point on that, Mr. President. That is the motto of your presidency. The best and the brightest.
Nuclear power
the most
up in Alberta, North Dakota, West Virginia. We got to get the permits going here. We got to get these things built ASAP. So, Kevin, that leads to the bigger story in TikTok. Everyone's talking about, well, it's an algorithm. Do you want China to have your data? That's important. The other thing is, do you want China to control your news? That's why TikTok's got to be sold, and I think Trump realizes that. Do you? Oh, 100%. But you got to realize something, that people have ignored this about the structure of ByteDance itself. ByteDance is a wildly successful company, of which TikTok in the U.S. is nothing. It's like 8.9% of revenue. So they can afford to turn it off in the U.S. And it's not going to change the market cap of ByteDance at all. ByteDance is probably going to make $4 billion. It's got a lot of other businesses there. And so you got to appeal to the shareholders of ByteDance, including some American shareholders, but the founders themselves have 25%, and say, look, if you want to keep it lit up in the United States, we're going to have to at least follow the order of Congress and the rules type 0 from the Supreme Court about how we rebuild the U.S. version of it. And I think it could be a really interesting opportunity for cooperation between these two competing nations to solve for this, because TikTok's 170 million Americans follow. works and it solves. And also, I don't want to buy all this litigation. Like, who wants to get sued for billions of dollars every month? It's enough with that. It's over. We have to change the metric by which social media works.
Absolutely. But I think that there's not one person clear-eyed who thinks that it does not have to be sold within 30 days. I also worry as a country, you just can't blow all the laws you don't want. And the president doesn't want to start this way. It was out of his hands. He could even say, hey, I know you 16 to 18 to 20-year-olds use TikTok. It was done before I got here. I had to sell it. The Supreme Court spoke.
I don't think Trump is going to try and reverse the 9-0 decision of the Supreme Court, or is he going to try and get Congress to modify the law they passed on a bipartisan basis? We're going to have to live with those rules. The question is, can McCourt and I solve this for the shareholders of ByteDance? Otherwise, they'll just turn it off because they don't really. It's not going to really affect.
Different story that's got Kevin O'Leary interested.
Yeah, it is, because I'll tell you, states that have sort of natural gas, it's, I want to call it orphaned is a good word. It's not connected to anything. North Dakota, West Virginia, and the province of Alberta has billions and billions of cubic meters of stranded gas. So if we can get turbines there, these GE turbines, that they just got $500 million or $1 billion getting invested in them. Dual cycle turbines are very clean, very green, and they produce electricity, and we need those. And so I'm looking for those three locations, West Virginia, North Dakota, and Alberta, Canada, for the next projects for data centers. That's what I'm working on.
You're a legitimate Interior Secretary from North Dakota who is all ears when it comes to that and knows the tech center.
Bergam, I know him very well. I work
policy and air traffic control, and seemingly the member of the U.S. military who was flying that Black Hawk helicopter. Don't you think you're getting ahead of the investigation right now?
I don't think so at all. I don't think with the names of the people, I mean the names of the people that are on the plane, you think that's going to make a difference? They are a group of people that have lost their lives. If you want a list of the names, we can give you that. We'll be giving that very soon in coordination with American Airlines. We're in coordination very strongly, obviously, with the military. But I think that's not a very smart question. I'm surprised coming from you. Please.
Thank you for the time. Thanks for being here. Based on your analysis so far, do you have a sense of who was at fault? If it was the plane, the helicopter, air traffic control, and can you assure people that it is safe to fly in and out of D.C.?
Well, I've given you the analysis, and the analysis was it was based on vision. You had a lot of people that saw what was happening. You had some people that knew what was happening. There was some warnings, but the warnings were given very, very late. You know, those warnings were given very late. It was almost as they were given. A few seconds later, there was the crash. It should have been brought up earlier. But the people in the helicopter should have seen where they were going. I can't imagine people with 20/20 vision not seeing what's happening up there. Again, they shouldn't have been at the same height. You're going in reverse directions or sideways directions. Obviously, you want to be at different heights. I see it all the time when I'm flying. You have planes going in the opposite. They're always lower. We're higher. So if somehow there's a screw-up, there's not going to be a tragedy. It'll be close, but you know that there's never going to be a tragedy if you're in a different elevation. For whatever reason, they were at the same elevation. And also, from the American Airlines Center, he's along the track. Every plane is alone. So what was the helicopter doing in that track? Very sad. But visually, somebody should have been able to see and taken that helicopter out of play. And they should have been at a different height.
Thank you, sir. You mentioned the Russians that were on board that plane. What other nationalities were on board that passenger?
There were a couple of others. We're going to be announcing it in about an hour. We have some very specific information. We're calling the countries. We've spoken to most of them, but there were some other countries represented.
Spoken to President Putin?
I have not, no. Not about this.
On your executive order, you've already issued an executive order. You say, well, restore aviation safety.
Right.
This crash happened after that. When the executive order
were successful, and what more needs to change in the legal space?
Well, you know, we issued it 3 days ago, and we're in the process of making those changes. This is something that should have been done a long time ago. Actually, my original order should have never been changed, and I think maybe you wouldn't have had this problem.
Yeah,
please, go ahead.
thank you. We see like everyday life that very often those diversity hires cause sometimes issues, which you just mentioned. So, what plan do you have? Are we going to see some fire? Are you going to fire some of those diversity hires in the federal government? What plan do you have?
I would say the answer is yes. If we find that people aren't mentally competent, you see the language. The language is put out by them. And if you see that, I'm not going to bore you by reading it again, but these are not people that should be doing this particular job. They'd be very good for certain jobs, but not people that should be doing this particular job.
President, you have today blamed the diversity elements, but then told us that you weren't sure that the controllers made any mistakes. You then said perhaps the helicopter pilots were the ones who made the mistakes.
It's all under investigation.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity has something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense, okay? And unfortunately, a lot of people don't. We want brilliant people doing this. This is a major chess game at the highest level. When you have 60 planes coming in during a short period of time, and they're all coming in different directions, and you're dealing with very high-level computer work and very complex computers. And one of the other things I will tell you is that the systems that were built, I was going to rebuild the entire system, and then we had an election that didn't turn out the way it should have. But they didn't build the systems properly. They spent a lot of money renovating the system, spending much more money than they would have spent if they bought a new system for air traffic controllers, meaning the computerized systems. There are certain companies that do a very good job. They didn't use those companies. They used companies that should not have been doing it. So I think it's very important to understand that for some jobs, and not only this, but air traffic controllers, they have to be at the highest level of genius. Okay.
I want to ask you about the ice skaters in a moment, because the U.S. Ice Skating Committee was effective. But first, if I can, the cited FAA text that you read is real, but the implication that this policy is new or that it stems from efforts that began under President Biden or the Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is demonstrably false. It's been on the FAA's website. No, it's on the website, the FAA's website. It was there in 2013. It was there for the entirety.
What I read.
It was there for the entirety of your administration, too. So my question is, why didn't you change the policy during your first administration?
I did change it. I changed the Obama policy, and we had a very good policy. And then Biden came in, and he changed it. And then when I came in 3 days ago, I signed a new order, bringing it to the highest level of intelligence. Okay.
It's on the website.
Please.
Welcome back to I'm sorry. You mentioned that a vision was probably the problem that was at issue in this crash. There's been some reports that one of the pilots from the helicopter may have been using night vision equipment. Is there any
we don't know. We're going to know that pretty soon. It may change your view plan if you do have the night vision, so it's very possible that could have happened. That would be maybe a reason why you wouldn't actually see as well as on a clear night. You can see sometimes better without it.
Is it helpful to have your Secretary of Transportation confirmed, and does it intensify your interest in getting other nominees confirmed quickly? Is it helpful to have your Secretary of Transportation confirmed, and does this intensify your interest in getting other nominees confirmed quickly as well?
Well, sure, we want fast confirmations, and the Democrats, as you know, are doing everything they can to delay them. They've taken too long. We're struggling to get very good people that everybody knows are going to be confirmed, but we're struggling to get them out faster. We want them out faster. It's a good question, actually. We've been pushing Sean. Everyone knows Sean for a long time. He got many, many Democrat votes, but they want to take as long as they can. They ask questions like some of the questions that Peter would ask that were totally irrelevant and not very good questions, but they want to just keep it going. They want to keep it going as long as possible. I was very honored, actually, that we got so many Democrat votes. That was really good. New Jersey.
Two analysts. First question, is your impression that major training that was on during that time, the training that the helicopter was involved in, is it anything you can talk about?
You don't know. These are the things that will come up with the investigation. You don't know, but the helicopter obviously was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and a tragedy occurred. Please.
I've got a question about the...
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've been critical of the current regulations, and you've called for big reforms at FAA. I'm curious, sir, what
I made the reforms.
What is your message?
3 days ago, I made
Yes, sir. What is your message then to the American public in the weeks and months ahead? Should they feel hesitant to fly? And if you could clarify perhaps something that the Secretary said when he said that the helicopter went on a continuity of government mission?
I don't know what that refers to, but they were practicing. They do that. They call it practicing, and they were, and that's something that should be done. It's only continuity in the sense that we want to have very good people, and that has to be in continuity, and that's what they refer to. But it was basically practice, and there was a practice that worked out very, very badly.
On his question, the first question, should people be hesitant to fly right now?
No, not at all. I do not hesitate to fly. This is something that it's been many years that something like this has happened, and the collision is just something that we don't expect ever to happen again. We are going to have the highest level people. We've already hired some of the people that we've already hired for that position long before we knew about this. I mean, long before. From the time I came in, we started going out and getting the best people, because I said it's not appropriate what they're doing. I think it's a tremendous mistake. You know, they like to do things and they like to take them too far, and this is sometimes what ends up happening. Now, with that, I'm not blaming the controller. I'm saying there are things that you could question, like the height of the helicopter, the height of the plane being at the same level and going in opposite directions. It's not a positive. But no, we're already hiring people. No, safe flying is very safe. We have the safest flying in the world, and we'll keep it that way. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
Well, that was pretty interesting. Obviously, President he'll get flack for making it too political too soon. What he's saying, obviously, about DEI hires for air traffic controllers, that would be terrible. He's absolutely right. It may not have been the time to bring that up. And the problem here, of course, is, I'm just looking at the left-wing mainstream media. They're already going after him for that, blaming the crash on the Biden administration's DEI initiative. Well, again, he's right. He's right. You can't have that DEI with air traffic controllers, but he didn't seem to know specifically about the air traffic controllers on this case. Were they old veterans? Were they these new DEI hires? That'll all come out in time. And the whole team there. Sean Duffy, the new transportation secretary, was there. They've been on the scene all night. Pete Eggs of the Department of Defense, he's launched an investigation to find out about the helicopter, about that crew, why they were in the wrong air corridor.
Let me show you how to make your videos go viral. This is the influencer's best kept secret that can make your videos go viral. It is so simple. Just add your videos to their templates, and the app will create a trending video for you in less than 10 seconds. It will add music and take care of editing. The app is called Video Up. Go download it for free and go viral today.
He's the only president we've ever had who owned an airline at one time.
Salis Capio, my dear love, Salis Capio.
In the market for a pro-level plasma cutter,
Like,
you need to check out the titanium 65 amp plasma cutter.
He had a helicopter crash many years ago, late 80s. Two of his top executives died in that helicopter crash, so he's pretty familiar with all this stuff.
Don't worry about EBT. I don't think Trump gonna stop it.
That sort of helicopter usually uses anti-crash detectors on it. That should have been the case. It could have been shut off.
actually looking at the wrong lights, thinking that's the plane that you've got enough distance. But there'll be a lot of investigating into this. You'll see the president get attacked the whole weekend, Sunday shows, all of that, for blaming DEI. Also, it got a little political there. Probably too soon for that. It wasn't the time and place. He did use the word, the BS word, the full word. I guess you're not supposed to do that in the briefing. But you have to remember, he's also the first president who is not a politician. He's not a politician, not a professional politician, he's not a trained politician. Usually, Joe Biden, your whole life as a politician, you learn that very false formality that you put on the public. Trump, he's just Trump. He just speaks as himself. He doesn't put on any formal airs when he's in public. So, but anyway, pretty interesting. Buck and Clay are coming up next. They'll be talking about it at great length. We'll bring you all the latest. Then Sean Hannity at 3 o'clock. I'm taking tomorrow off. But I'll be back on Monday, 10 to noon. And I'll talk to you then on 710 WOR. New York has a voice.
What concerns me? Safety in the subway.
Safety on the streets.
Grocery prices.
Let's make New York great again. Always the voice of New York. 710 WOR.
An iHeart radio station. It is 31 degrees at 12 noon. I'm Liz Warner. President Trump says there are no survivors in last night's plane crash in Washington.
On behalf of the First Lady, myself, and 340 million Americans, our hearts are shattered alongside yours, and our prayers are with you now and in the days to come.
He provided an update from the White House this morning. The president said this is an hour of anguish for the nation. The collision involving an American Airlines jet and a Army Black Hawk helicopter happened just before 9 p.m. over the Potomac River last night. The president added it's not yet known what led to the crash, but he vowed to make sure it does not happen again. D.C. Fire Chief Don Donnelly says so far, dozens of bodies have been recovered from the wreckage.
We will continue to work to find all the bodies and collect them and reunite them with their loved ones.
And a man in custody after allegedly stabbing 2 small children and a woman to death inside a Jersey City apartment.
Jersey City's Mayor Stephen Thorpe called this a terrible triple homicide connected to domestic violence. Police say the suspect tried stabbing himself after killing a 5- and a 9-year-old child and a woman. Officers arrived to a Hutton Street apartment around 1 in the morning. They found a broken window to a basement, and inside the victims with stab wounds and were unconscious and later pronounced dead. I'm Scott Pringle, WOR News.
New Yorkers reacting as reports indicate the DOJ is mulling over dropping charges against Mayor Adams. It comes just weeks after reporters say only talked about what's at stake for New York City and not his federal corruption case.
The politicians, this is what they all do when he got caught. Guess what? He's playing the spot. He's playing nice and soft for the sandbox. And he's going to get off. That's called politics.
Donald Trump is a businessman cut deal. No one will never know what Mayor Adams offered him. And that's the bottom line.
Trump previously said he thought Mayor Adams was treated unfairly and unjustly charged. Adams pleaded not guilty and has maintained his innocence. Natalie Migliori, WOR News. And the search continues for 3 teenagers who took an empty New York City subway train on a joyride Saturday. The NYPD has released new videos showing 6 masked and hooded adrenaline junkies stealing an unoccupied art train from a Queens storage yard in Forest Hill. MTA CEO Jenna Weaver.
I'm burned about it. For our riders and for all failure of security, failure of the supervision, the monitoring process.
Weaver says the MTA is in the process of updating technology that would stop would-be train thieves and low-tech approaches, including replacing locks on older model cars. Sarah Lee Kessler, WOR News. And raising money for California wildfire relief efforts taking center stage tonight.
Some of music's biggest stars will come together tonight to help raise money for the Los Angeles wildfire relief efforts. The Fire Aid Benefit Concert will take place at the Kia Forum and the Intuit Dome in Inglewood, California. Superstar acts such as Billie Eilish, the Red Hot Chili Peppers, Olivia Rodrigo, Stevie Wonder, and No Doubt are all set to take the stage. The concerts will be shown live on numerous platforms, including Netflix, YouTube, and Disney+. We're also airing live on more than 860 iHeartRadio stations across the country. Jonathan O'Halloran, WOR News.
And your WOR Weather Channel forecast is coming up. Run a business and not thinking about podcasting? Think again. More Americans listen to podcasts than ad-supported streaming music from Spotify and Pandora. And as the #1 podcaster, iHeart.
Flop. The flip-flop. They're flapping their wings. Ready?
About AOC, all-out crazy Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, leader of the Socialists of America. Zero from the block, tax the middle, legitimately broad, sound like AOL. You got me. I'm still thinking I was artificial about that Chinese company that just totally right Wall Street. How do I know it's not that?
Well, you'll have to take our word for it, but you can do some further investigation. Maybe Nancy can do the deep dive. But it is nice to start with a little bit of levity, considering the fact that this, horrific crash down in D.C. is what we're talking about. And I guess you were telling me that you once were in D.C. when another deadly crash took place down there.
Yeah, but I want you to give us the late-breaking details because I see President Donald Trump has just finished speaking to the nation about the mid-air collision over D.C. last night. They killed 67, all are dead in the airplane, but he's blaming DEI. Can you explain that?
Yeah. Well, basically what Trump said during his comments was he said the Biden administration lowered the standards of the FAA because of this push for DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, which, as we know, through executive action, the Trump administration has more or less done away with this in the military and other aspects of government policy. And DEI more or less says, you should be pushing for diversity in all aspects of employment, position, policy, in the sense that it's not just can the person do the job, but they also have to fit certain qualifications for demographics perspective.
But how can you blame it on DEI? It isn't.
I don't necessarily think that's exactly what he was saying. I think he was saying that, generally speaking, there's been a downgrade of standards, expected heightened performance, readiness, training, whatever, taking away from the merit-based qualifications and saying there's other stuff we have to worry about. So maybe he's expanding a little bit from this one incident and saying that there's additional things we need to look at with some of these government agencies. But look, from what you read online and the videos you can see and you're hearing accounts from officials now, most people seem to think that this was a human error. You have the potential for the air traffic controllers to have made a mistake here. We do know that there's been a shortage of air traffic controllers for a long time here in the U.S., and that goes all the way back to COVID when they laid off a bunch of people because nobody was flying. We also have the accounts of different pilots who say that basically when you're operating a helicopter, it's very difficult to see vertically, kind of above you, what you might be. And then there's also the banking plane that's moving left or right in this instance. Kind of tough to have depth perception up there in the air. So you really rely on some of these instruments that you fly with in the helicopter. And then, of course, the coaching that you take from the air traffic control. So a lot of this is going to come out. We'll learn more about what did or didn't happen there last night. But there's also, just want to throw it out there, because I know you're always into the conspiracy theory, that it was a few weeks ago, I think Lockheed Martin shared that they've increased the autonomous flying capabilities of the Black Hawk helicopter. So in other words, much like they are with driverless cars or drones, they can remotely control these helicopters. So some people have said, and again, this is totally just me throwing out the idea from like a speculation perspective.
Is this what we're going to hear when you substitute for James Golden today, all this conspiracy?
Not necessarily. I'm just saying that there are some people who are saying, watch out, we do need to be aware of the potential for so-called cyber terrorism when you have autonomous vehicles like this that could potentially be flown from somewhere else. As I said, most of the speculation online right now is that this was just an error, an accident, a series of events that unfortunately led to this. Other people are saying, let's keep our eyes open for everything.
Well, because there's a group out there that thinks a Black Hawk helicopter practice at night in which agents of the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Agency repel to break into your house in like 3, 4 in the morning to seize all your weapons. You're aware of those conspiracies?
I believe I've heard about that type of thing.
All right, so I gather, ladies and gentlemen, rather than listen to me and a wide potpourri of topics that I would have covered, it's going to be all conspiracy all the time with James Flippin and the flip-flop crew.
Yeah.
Today
Well, unfortunately, you're not going to hear as much about... Well, actually, I do have some plans to talk about the Adams.
The leader in Newark had been shot and killed by a police officer on a rooftop near Van Vechten Street. In what was, he said, mistaken identity. We didn't feel that we were given any kind of justice, so we marched all the way down to D.C. to the Justice Department. But the very day that we arrived, there was the national, what was that, the Air Florida flight that had crashed into the Potomac, hit one of those bridges, sort of a bridge, Virginia into Washington, D.C., and if I remember correctly, about 70 of the passengers and almost every crew member, I think only one survived on January 13th of 1982. And that was a horrific crash.
Yeah.
We were there the day that it happened.
Yeah, you said that's probably that has to be the most deadly accident in the D.C. airspace before this.
I would think so. Maybe you can compare that, put your time in good use in the newsroom, since I know you're whipping up all the conspiracy talk all the time for the 4 o'clock session today that I really should have been hosting for James Gold. But let's get into something that I know well. And that is Eric Adams, white man who finally has a plan to get a pardon. But I always read my horoscope first. Remember, the New York Post, I swear by.
That's how you start your day.
Aries, only the New York Post.
The fire sign you go through.
And this is what it says. Just because someone says they have special information does not mean it is guaranteed to be true, so do your own research. Isn't that so pertinent to all the rumors that were flying around that I didn't buy into? Remember starting yesterday with the Mameluke Frank Moran, who was telling us, Albany says in a tweet that Mayor Adams will be resigning on Saturday after accepting a plea deal from the feds, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's not what Frank sounds like, but yes.
Right, but all of a sudden, Peter King came on, the congressman was sitting, and Peter King said, tell Albany, I thought he was dead. You know, Frank was spreading this like a washwoman, like this was like, oh, this was God's word. Am I right or wrong? And then all these other rumors began emerging. Oh, the lawyers for Adams are already rolling up, his plea. I mean, did I cave into any of that?
Well, no, you've been consistent in saying that he's not going to resign because he's pushing to get a pardon from Trump.
Oh, yeah. And there's no doubt the whole plan is...
כן, מה קורה עם טלפון? ביקרת טלפון?
בסדר, פרופסור. כן, הלכתי, אבל עוד פעם בבית, אולי מחר אני אלך ב2.
אבל אני לא מבין, את קובעת, עם מי את קובעת? עם הריל אסטייט או הדיירים שם? מה?
הדיירים...
אבל אין לו את המפתחות? הוא צריך לקחת מהם את המפתחות. מה זה? יש שם, טוב, תראי גם את הדירה למעלה, יש שם גם דירה למעלה, תראי, דירה שם.
כן, אני יודעת, הוא אמר לי, בלי נדע, אני אלך לשם.
טוב,
בסדר, אבל עכשיו אני אתן אותך.
אוקיי, נדבר, כל טוב.
But remember how they were all in solid act?
So again, you're saying that in essence, the deal is don't get in our way with these immigration deportations and
promote them,
and you'll get
support them. Remember, he's been invited to the House. He's going to give testimony about sanctuary cities. He's going to say it should be done with. We should follow Donald Trump like I call. Then he put the MAGA hat on, make America great again. And he said, wait, I got a second hat, make New York City great again. Thank you, Mr. President. Oh, whatever Trump wants, Eric Adams, if Trump said, I want you to jump, Eric Adams is going to say, how high?
Do they sell those hats? Make New York City great again?
Oh, trust me, yeah, well, it's President Trump that will be selling them, not Eric Adams. My God, you know what'll happen there. But anyway, do you understand what's happening here? The miraculous recovery today. He was on his make it. You got major time. You may not make it. Right? You go, oh my God, you can seriously be ill. What a miraculous recovery. 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, when the New York Times led its banner column that the Department of Justice in Washington is pressuring the Southern District to drop all the Eric Adams charges.
Yeah, but Adams saw that article come down and he said, Glorioski, 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 hallelujah.
Very good. You were practicing. By the way, now that you've decided to become very religious on this, I will be inviting in Jonas Jackson, as you know, one of our esteemed fellow workers.
I'm looking forward to that. I understand you guys are going to do some Bible study.
Yes, a man of God, because already Eric Adams, just to show you what a miraculous recovery he had, he was doing the Holy Roller routine at his annual interfaith breakfast earlier today. All the Holy Rollers were there. Aaron Bernard was there introducing him. Rabbi Joe Patasnik, they're standing ovation. God will lead it. He's alive. God will. God gave him to us. Should we be so happy that God made Eric Adams at this moment in our history, man? No, I want to rebate from God. I want to rebate from God.
We've got our pulpit ready for Jonas Jackson.
Jonas Jackson, man, he does Bible studies at St. Samuel Cathedral at 2922 Valentine Avenue with his beautiful wife, Rachel Jackson, like Jimmy Carter. They're right there in Plains, Georgia, at his Baptist church. Yeah. You know what Valentine Avenue is like? You have any idea, James? Of course. I don't. You should go there. You need a bulletproof body. The drive-by shootings, the robberies.
Why should I go?
Oh, because you being the ultimate dopey white boy wasp, then you'll be like Jonas and Rachel can follow.
I'll go with Jonas and his wife. I think they would welcome me.
No, I don't think they would. But hey, we'll get into that. You don't want to go anywhere, but holy, jump up and sit down. What the hell is going on with the polar bear? Negotiations here have been going on around the clock. You think we were in the middle of the Cold War, the old Soviet Union versus the United States. What was why?
Well, we did have the dancing bears in Moscow, right? So, you could have the polar bear.
Yeah, well, you had the kitchen cabinet. Remember, there was Nikita Khrushchev with then Vice President Richard Nixon arguing about which was better, communism or capitalism. I'll never forget that.
So last weekend, the Mets had their fan fest in Queens, and owner Steve Cohen was there, and he said, look,
can I ask you a question? Did they have Mr. Met and Mrs. Met? Because they seem to be estranged,
They were there. As far as I know, Mr. and Mrs. Met are doing just fine.
But sometimes...
Don't try to drive a wedge between
Oh, my God. Sometimes Mrs. Met is not around.
Stick to your Kate Smith and your God Bless America and your Yankees.
By the way, those huge heads in Mr. Met, does he use steroids in his head? I mean, seriously.
You're talking about physical size in his head?
Did they test the mascot, Mr. Met?
They got on the active roster.
I mean, it's huge.
Okay.
All right, so you don't want to answer that.
So Steve Cohen was there, and they were asking him, they started saying, we want peace. And he said, look, the Juan Soto negotiations were tough. This is way tougher.
They were cheering, we want wheat, Pete.
Pete Alonso.
Oh, okay. Pete Alonso. They would love wheat, wouldn't they?
Yeah, right, yeah. Go take a whip outside of Yankee Stadium, I'm sure.
Who do you think does more pump-up pass in the stands? The Chambers Bed fans at Citi Field, or in that American Mall that they built to replace what was the greatest stadium of all time?
We should do this summer. We should go out there and do a survey, right? Do a survey, ask people if they partake. And we'll have to do the official case between the Bronx and Queens.
We know they're not doing it in the lower lows, because there they have an alligator pit that surrounds it so that you can't come down out of the bleachers.
But I just want to say, since we're talking about the ganj and consuming in that way, sometimes people get the munchies, right? Well, I got to tell a story about what just happened in the kitchen not that long ago.
Oh, I'm sure this is interesting to the man. Very interesting.
I'm washing my hands and I'm cutting up my orange. And I noticed that our guy Jared is moving this big, we have this huge thing of chips, right? It's a lazy Susan, big wet thing with tons of chips. And he's carrying them out of the kitchen.
It's almost falling.
It's heavy, it's large, and it's bulky. So I saw you across the room say, wait a second. And I thought, oh, this is nice. He's going to hold the door for the guy. Maybe even give him a hand with the chips. No. You were spinning the thing around, looking for the bag of chips that you decided you wanted at that second. Grabbed your popcorn, said, all right, good, thank you. And then you come back over and you munch it. I said, unbelievable. I thought you were going to help the guy with the chips. And thankfully, Justin Ellick saw this whole thing, because otherwise it'd be my word against yours.
Oh,
You saw it happen.
nobody would take your word versus mine. So now we
You
got...
think maybe you wanted to help the guy?
So, wait a second, let me ask you a question. What is this place filled with rats? We got Israel Valley, rat number 1. We got Justin Ellick, rat number 2.
It's all eyes on you.
What is this, rat out Curtis Sliwa? Look, the kid has to learn. You know, when the town's here, right, everything stops for the talent. At least that's what they call it, right? Isn't that what they refer to us? Not me, I'm a news guy. And by the way, don't think less because you're on at 4 o'clock today for James Golden and I show.
That's true. So when it comes to 4 o'clock and me being on the air while you're sitting in the back, get your popcorn ready. Hey folks, let's talk about a serious threat to your home called hiding law. Criminals were just bored pilot with the report. Just like that, the home use promo code BILL25. Get 25% off your subscription and a free title history report to ensure you are not already a resident. That's HomeTitleLock.com, promo code BILL25.
Well, Connolly, hear how this is not your grandfather or grandmother's senior living anymore. With David Pomeranz of River Springs Senior Living. Hear it tomorrow on Business Success Stories on 77 WABC.
Move your feet and feel united every weekend right here on Music Radio 77 WABC.
You have Type-C charger? What kind of charger?
And on Sundays, it's Boulevard Sundays with Sinatra. With your host, Joe Disco.
Time now, the O'Reilly update, message of the day. On this Thursday, somewhat quietly, the Trump administration has redefined the culpability of undocumented migrants. Now, all of them are being described as collaborators. That designation will drive the American back, including most of the media, absolutely nothing. And President Trump enjoys doing that. But there is a practical reason why this is happening. To perhaps as many as 14 million folks without proper credentials. The president understands federal agencies cannot adjudicate every personal circumstance. For example, if a migrant felon, a hardcore criminal, is married to someone with a clean record, what happens to the spouse when the criminal is deported? Under the new policy, they both go. And so do the kids, unless a lawyer steps in. If the children are born in the United States, they have a right to stay. But if the parents leave, both of them, they should go. That's got to be followed. Now, crossing into the USA illegally remains a civil offense on the books, like a traffic ticket. I expect Congress is going to change that, as most other countries in the world apply criminal penalties to illegal entry. Try crossing into Mexico without a proper ID. Jail awaits and not a nice jail. Congress needs to take action. Under O'Reilly, I approve the message by writing it. You can reach me. Bill at BillO'Reilly.com. Bill at BillO'Reilly.com. Name it down. Now let's go.
تتكلم انجليزي تقدر تعيش
Kenny is on instructor. Someday, Dan, concierge, remember, something that isn't getting much press, it's an extremely long process it takes for someone to legally come to this country. My son-in-law has been waiting 2 years. What's going on? It's always been complicated. This is why Congress needs to pass a fast-track immigration law. Simplify. I agree. We need foreign laborers here, foreign workers, skilled workers. Congress just sits there and does nothing. Susan, please explain real or paying compassionate leftists crying over criminal immigrants being deported. They all say they want criminal immigrants, but they don't want regular law-abiding. That's what you get. But there's no outcry on the left for the open border. Of course, can you send me the name of one Democrat that objected to the open border? Give me one. Now, and it doesn't matter for the 4 years of the fight. Barry Duffy, Dublin, Ireland. We're taking Ireland. Hey, Bill, I may sound naive, but why would Americans in the news agencies want to damage the USA with fake news, not protect its own people? Because they don't see this fake news.
Turn left
These
on
are
2nd
fanatics.
Avenue.
Many of them, fanatics, hate Trump, far left people. They think they're doing noble work. And you got them too in Ireland, you know. In a moment, something you might not know. Hey folks, let's talk about a serious threat to your home called title fraud. Criminals will just forge one document, file it with the recorder. Just like that, your home's title is stolen. Some even take out loans against the property, all without you knowing. So I urge you to take action with home title lock. Their triple lock protection provides 24/7 monitoring, alerts, and an expert team that will restore your title if fraud happens at no extra cost. Heading into 2025, Home Title Lock is offering an exclusive 25%
In 400
off
feet,
their
turn left on East
protection plan.
65th Street.
Please go to HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code BILL25. Get 25% off your subscription and a free title history report to ensure you are not already a victim. That's HomeTitleLock.com, promo code BILL25.
Sid and Friends in the morning. You know, and save it to you all the time. The best talk every day.
Turn left on East 65th Street.
On the weekend.
Using the left lane, turn left on East 65th Street.
Your city used to be free to drive around. We built this city. Now you're going to pay more to get around Manhattan. And we're not going to take it. Listen to 77 WABC.
You've arrived at your
For
destination.
the latest on congestion pricing. As we deliver access to local leaders in our continuing mission to fight for you. Congestion pricing is here. But for how long? That's what everybody's talking about.
Here is good. Oh, over there.
Yes.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Tunnel to Towers Foundation Sunday morning show. On 77 WABC. Listen at home. And enable the 77 WABC Alexa skill today. Say.
Play 77 WABC.
Now the O'Reilly update brings you something you might not know. 56 years ago today, the Beatles delivered their final live performance on a rooftop in central London. The unannounced
שמעת על התאונה בוושינגטון DC?
כן.
טראמפ אומר, הוא לא מופתע כי ביידן הביא את כל המפגרים, אתה יודע, אמונות, נכים, כל מיני, אתה יודע, אני תחת כל הבזיקים שיהיו בעבודה מאוד חשובה. אומר, מה זה השטויות האלה? אומר, לא אכפת לי שחור לבן, אבל העיקר שבן אדם שהוא רואה, שהוא מבין, שהוא יודע להחליט, הביאו את כל האמונות לעבוד בטראפיק, ואז זה קורה דברים כאלה.
העבוד הזה צריך את האנשים הכי חכמים שיעבדו
פעמיים, הביא את כל הפסיקים, יענו פוליטיקלי קורקט.
כן, זה קטעים.
זה מה שקורה כששמים בן אדם מפגר להיות נשיא.
זה גם נכון. זה גם נכון. הוא גם מהקבוצה של האמונות של, אתה יודע, של הספיישל.
מה אתה חושב? אני יודע.
הוא לא שם אותו, הוא לא נבחר, כאן הוא גנב. גנבים בלילה.
בסוף תעיפו אותו בבושת פנים.
כן.
אבל אתה לא יכול להיות נשיא.
אני אגיד לך.
זה קטעים.
מסכנים.
אמר שהוא עשה, שהיה נשיא, הוא עשה שרק האנשים הכי טובים יבחרו לעבוד את האלה, אבל ביידן ביטל את זה.
כמובן שבצל, ביטל כל מה שטראמפ עשה הוא ביטל בין טוב לרע. אבל מסכנות, איזה 65 אתלטיות רוסיות, כוסיות, אייסקייטריות. הם באו אתה יודע, נסטסו מאיזה עיירה לוושינגטון, כולם אייסקייטריות, אתה יודע, והמאמין שלהם. נראה לי מה שמסריח עם ההליקופטר זה ערבי אחד, לומד לטוס.
כן, זה היה קוראים לו ישר.
משהו מסריח מאוד עם ההליקופטר, אולי זה ערבי אחד.
והקטע, הקונטרולר שואל אותו, הוא לא אומר לו, נותן לו פקודות, תעלה למעלה, תרד למטה, הוא אומר לו, אתה רואה מה? הוא לא נותן לו פקודות.
צריך להגיד לו מיד, תזוז, מיידי, מיד, תעלה למעלה, למטה. אבל לא משנה, זה ערבי אחד, זה מפגר אחד, שלא אכפת לו כל מה שתגיד לו, זה משהו מסריח שם.
זאת, וכל שדה תעופה, יש לו מטוסי קרב, אתה שומע עומדים באיקון. עכשיו שהקונטרולר אומר משהו, הוא חייב לשמוע, אם לא, המטוס ביסור מוריד אותו, אתה מבין?
אתה לא מבין. הוא הסתובב שם שעה. יש מחשב שמראה שההליקופטר הסתובב שם שעה, עשרות סיבובים באותו מקום הוא מסתובב. כאילו הוא לומד להסתובב, לומד להתאמן, אתה מבין? יש לו מורה שם. זה גם מה שמסריח. מה מביאים אותו להתאמן אתה יודע, במה שנקרא בשדה תעופה. צריך להתאמן במדבר, במקום שומר.
מתאמנים בשדה תעופה צבאיים, ראית פעם אתה צריך להתאמן בקנדי?
אני יודע.
אומר בגרמתי אימונים, מה מטוס צבאי? הליקופטר צבאי מתאמנים בשדה תעופה אזרחי.
קודם כל אני רוצה לדעת את השם של המאמן, השם של התלמיד. אם אתה יודע שם ערבי, כבר יש לך דגל אדום.
כן. משהו שמאלני הנער, לא כמו ערבי.
יותר גרועים. יותר גרועים.
אני אעשו הכל כמו שהם עשו את שבן
כן. לא אכפת להם, יותר גרוע מה. יש שם שחרורים בארץ. משחררים כמה חיילות היום.
כן. שחררו אותם בין כל העזתים. רב עזת הזכרו של מחבלים, ממנה במעבר בטוח לסצן הזה שלנו. כאילו שהעזתים תעגמו אותה והחמאס יגידו זה לא אנחנו, זה העזתים.
הם מקבלות תעודות שחרור. מקבלות שי מספורה. תיק שי. עוד עם ליפסטיק, מסרק, אני יודע.
לעשות רק ישר כל שדה תעופה בעולם יש לו מטוס קרב, אתה מבין? עומד ויקול והוא חייב לשמע לקונטרולר, שומע? אם הוא לא שומע לקונטרולר, המטוס קרב יצר מוריד את זה.
אם יש לך שם הקימיסטים, קונטרולר עובדים שם, מה אתה מצפה? אם יש לך הקימיסטים עובדים שם, כמו שטראמפ אומר, אז מה אתה מצפה?
אני לא יודע, זה משהו מסריח, הוא לא עובד טוב. חוץ מזה, ממתי הקונטרולר הוא אף פעם לא שואל שאלות, תמיד נותן פקודות, תעלה למעלה, תוריד, זה, הוא לא אומר, אתה רואה משהו? איזה מין שאלה זאת, אתה רואה משהו?
ועוד 30 שניות לפני. הוא גם לא אומר לו לפני הזמן, הוא אומר לו 30 שניות לפני שזה קרה.
כן, הוא אומר לו, הקונטרולר הוא לא שואל שלו, תמיד נותן פקודות אתה, תעלה, תלך ככה, יש להם כל מיני קודים שמדברים איתו לפי הזה. וחוץ מזה, הפריקורסי של הצבא זה לא אותו דבר כמו פריקורסי אזרחי, הצבא משתמש בפריקורסי אחר, בתדרים אחרים. אתה יודע?
לא משנה, שדה תעופה צריך לעשות אובררייט לכל הפריקורסים.
כן, זה מה שזה שדה תעופה, יש לו אובררייט לכל הפריקורסים, לכל התדרים. אבל משום מה, שואל אותו, אתה רואה משהו? מה הוא לא ענה לו ונכנס בעיה?
נראה מה יהיה בחקירות. זה מצחיק אחר הזה. מחכה את זה.
אבל לא נצחק.
כן.
כן, ראיתי את הפעם.
כאילו בלע את אמנון יצחק. אמנון יצחק תובע אותו, אומר, עושה כספים על חשבוני.
ככה זה כל הבדרנים בעולם, זה כל החתיינים בעולם. זה מצחיק אמנון יצחק. זה הפרנסה של החתיינים, לא?
הוא רוצה אחוזים.
מתפרנסים מזה החתיינים.
איך הם עושים? לא רק איתנו נצחק, חכה עוד. גם מדבר כמו בחורה מצחיק, כאילו בחורה שואלת אמנות יצחק שאלה.
כן. אבנר דן עשה קריירה כאן. אבנר דן? עשה קריירה כאן.
אני לא יודע אם אתה יכול לחכות. ואתה תחכה, תצחק על אנשים, ויגידו, צחקת על שמנה, צחקת על שחור.
זה בישראל ולהפסיק להיות לעשות הופעות. אם עד הפסיק לעשות הופעות, אומרים לו, למה אתה לא עושה הופעות? אני לא יכול לדבר יותר, אסור לדבר על בחורות, אסור לדבר על שמנים, אסור לדבר על גמדים, אסור לדבר על שחורים, אסור לדבר על שום דבר, על ג'ויש, ואני ג'ויש בעצמי. כל דבר בגלל שקורה, הרגו לי את העבודה, אין לי עבודה, זאת אומרת לו, ממה אתה מתפרנס? הוא אומר, אני מתפרנס לצורך מהסידורים החוזרים.
מהרירה.
מהרירה. איזה כזה. הוא אומר, אני שורד מהרירה, זה מה שיצר. הוא אומר, גם ברירה, מדי פעם עושים הרבה פיר. אומר.
כן.
ושמתחיל תלמידים שנזלו במקום, אז יש מה כל מיני קיטועים כאלה.
בקטעים.
רואה את המטוס, את ההליקופטר נכנס במטוס, אני אומר, מה זה? ממתי ההליקופטר נוסע ישר לכיוון אזרחי? מטוס אזרחי, כמו פיקוח זה שלך.
כן.
זה כאילו שצרכו אותי, אתה מבין?
מה יהיה לך? מסכנות הרוסיות. נראה לי שזה אולי גם פיגוע של אוקראין. כולם שם הרוסיות, האוקראינים.
לא נראה לי, אוקראינים לא עשו דבר כזה. ברגע שעשו דבר כזה ועלו עליהם, זה הכרזת מלחמה של ארצות הברית על אוקראינה, מה אתה אומר?
אולי זה מתחרה של האייסקייטים.
כמו שהיה בפעם עם הזה.
כן. שהחפזיק לפגוע בעיר. רנינגן. שהחפזיק לתת לה מכה ברגליים. כל מיני שמאלניות העיתונים מנסות לשאול את טראמפ שאלות פזיקיות, הוא אומר לשם אוניון 64 אנשים מתו ואני מדבר שטויות ככה פה, עופו לי מהעיניים.
לא מאמין עליי שתדברת ככה.
לא בכוונה הולכים כל מיני שמאלנים שם להציס אותו לשאול את השאלות כאלה ומתעצבן. irrelevant.
לא, בכלל אומר לסקיוריטי אצלנו ואין אל תכניס. אומר להם, תראו, אל תכניסו אותם, אלה לא באו לשאול שאלות, זה תכניס.
כן, זה ולעופות מעופש. אריק אדם מתחבא עכשיו באיזה מקום. כבר שבוע. הוא אומר שהוא בלבל והוא לא מרגיש טוב. מחפש להימלט מחפש להימלט. תקשיב ל-770 רדיו, קרטיס ליווה מדבר עליו. אני אשלח לך את זה. שלחתי לך דרך אגב את האפליקציה של דיפסטיק. שלחתי לך את האפליקציה שלהם. תוריד iHeart, יש לך iHeart? תוריד iHeart, יש לך iHeart? תוריד iHeart ותשים 770 AM, תשמע את קרטיס ליווה, מדבר על אז תשים שם 770. אני אשלח לך צילום היותר 770, אשלח לך צילום מסך. שלחתי לך תמונה איך ה-770 WABC נראה. אוקיי, נדבר כל טוב. תלחץ על זה, זה שעה, רק בשעה ביום נדבר. נדבר שעה ביום, מ-12 עד 1. נדבר לעניין. כן. אוקיי, נדבר להתראות.
3,500,000 men in the Midianites army. It's like suicide.
Not because I'm the brightest. I'm here because, and all my heart, I believe that is the Esther 4 and 14th moment. God made me for such a time like this.
Wow. There's another one I'm not familiar with. Esther chapter 4.
E-bike.
So Esther, which is a book in the Bible, is about a story, obviously, about a woman named Esther, who became queen of a king that was a foreign nation to the Israelites. Again, Israel was in captivity under another nation. And Mordecai, Esther's cousin, who was, I believe, like a father to her, he spoke those same words to her as far as you were chosen for a time as this, when Mordecai, his arch nemesis or his enemy Haman, who was the right hand of the king, he hated Mordecai. So he plotted and planned against Mordecai in a way where he would not only have Mordecai persecuted, but the whole Jewish nation killed.
What's up, Mordecai?
And Esther was afraid because the king didn't know when he chose her as queen that she was a Jew. So she was afraid in that moment, like anyone would. And Mordecai was encouraging her, like, you have to do something about this because you may think you're safe, but you're a Jew as well. And if we all go down, you're going to go down too. But God chose you for a time such as this to help Israel, survive that ordeal.
And God's choosing every children. Eric Adams, he chose Esther. How come God didn't choose me? You think me running now for mayor, maybe God will realize he made a mistake with Eric Adams and choose me? What do I got to do in order to get chosen?
Well, I don't have the specific answer to that, but I can say that maybe perhaps God knew it would be better for you to become mayor now. With everything that's happened, you would be more suited. I personally think you are more suited to help this city get back on track. I don't know, God, he has his plans for us.
What's a mysterious life?
Well, a lot of people actually say that, but that's not a scripture. It's actually not a scripture. That's one of I recently came across something that said, 10 cliches we hear that are not actually biblically based. Even though his ways are higher than ours, so we can't comprehend them fully. But yeah, God just has his plan, and we don't know until you feel it.
This is what I need you to do for me, Jonas Jackson and your lovely wife Rachel Jackson. When you get together on Sunday in past the Gregory Ford St. Samuel Cathedral on Valentine Avenue, gotta pray for me to become the next mayor.
What I'll do is I'll pray that God's will be done, and if that includes you being mayor, that's going to be my prayer.
Now see, everyone else I kick out of here, but I ain't gonna do it for you, because I need God. Thank you, Jonas Jackson. I feel so much better. But let's go back to Eric Adams, who again was telling all the holy rollers exactly why he was back.
God placed me in this moment and placed in my heart to continue to move this city forward. And so you hear a small number of loud people saying, well, he should step down. No, I'm going to step up. I'm going to step up. I'm going to step up. I'm not going to resign. I'm going to reign.
So he was basically talking to all the folks that were rumor-mongering out there, like our own Mama Luke Frank Morano, and this guy Sal Albanese that everyone thought was dead, and everyone else who thought that was it. It was okay. Can I hear that again? Can I hear that? Brother Lou Rufino again, how he ain't stepping down. He's stepping up.
God placed me in this moment and placed in my heart to continue to move this city forward. And so you hear the small number of loud people saying, well, he should step down. No, I'm going to step up. I'm going to step up. I'm going to step up. I'm not going to resign. I'm going to reign.
He ain't going nowhere. And then he said, only God could put somebody like him in charge.
Only God can make you go from being dyslexic, arrested, rejected, and now I'm elected to be the mayor of the most powerful city on the globe. Only God.
Go ahead.
And I know what got me here. I know what's going to sustain me here.
So he went on and on. He spoke for about an hour. Again, this was his first time back after suffering as his propaganda minister, Fabian Levy, said for 72 hours. An unknown disease, a fever in his foot, maybe Ebola, flesh-eating virus. But he hosted his annual interfaith breakfast
Go
And the
ahead.
MC of the event was
Hallelujah.
our own A.R. Bernard, who finished it this way.
So there was a man sent from God whose name was Eric Adams. And you just heard him speak.
Whoa.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
So A.R. Bernard is... Did you hear that, Jonas? A.R. Bernard said he's a man sent by God. Was that a political endorsement for him to get reelected?
Possible.
Can I rehear that, please, Lou Rufino? I thought he's supposed to remain independent, autonomous, but A.R. Bernard, he's never invited me to his church. I'm from Canarsie. It's right there on Flatlands in Pennsylvania. Used to be on the Lucchese junkyards. I told him all about all the dead bodies that are built underneath his mega church. Seats 6,000 here. He never invited me there to speak. But notice, he has already indicated that he has decided he's supporting Eric Adams again for mayor, and that God has chosen him.
So there was a man sent from God whose name was Eric Adams. And you just heard him speak.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God.
It's the Rip and Read. Featuring Curtis Lewa. Talk Radio 77 WABC.
U.S. Navy Corporal and Sheriff's Officer Lori Wood adored the camaraderie of her law enforcement family and being a part of something bigger than herself. Then one day, during a drill with recruits at the academy, Lori fell from the roof of a mock village, leaving her with paraplegia. Thanks to the supporters like you, Tunnel to Towers gave Lori and her son Gavin the gift of a specially adapted mortgage-free smart home. Help heroes like Lori and their families. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org.
Long Island is more exciting than ever at Jake's 50 Casino Hotel. This February, feel the love as we celebrate with our $50,000 Cupid's Cash Out drawing. Be here on Tuesday, February 4th and 18th between 3 and 7 p.m. when 2 winners will be drawn every hour to win up to $5,000 cash. 1 point earned equals 1 entry. Club members can earn up to 5 times entry multiplier.
Ay, ay, ay.
50 Casino Hotel. If gambling is a problem, you must somebody care about. Please call the 24-hour toll-free helpline at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Listen to this podcast now on the Red Apple Podcast Network. Protecting America with Rita Cosby.
Joining us now is Craig Shirley, a renowned presidential historian and acclaimed Reagan and Trump biographer.
The American people, after 4 years of being battered into submission, being battered in the ground, being torn asunder by the awful Biden administration, with crime and the border and inflation, the American people just got hit with everything. You can imagine, even war, not directly war, but supporting war in Ukraine and in the Middle East, and a hostage crisis. The American people's psyche has been battered into the ground after 4 years. So Donald Trump represents a ray of light to the American people, and he needs to take political advantage of that and be that beacon of hope that the American people want, and he has to move very quickly on his political agenda.
Download all of Red Apple Media's podcasts right now through your favorite podcast platform. Move your feet and feel united every weekend right here on Music Radio 77 WABC. Vinny Maggino every Saturday at 5 p.m. Followed by Gus and Brucey's Saturday Night Rock and Roll Party. Then at 10, it's Saturday Nights with Tony Orlando. And on Sunday, it's Boulevard Sundays with Sinatra. With your host, Joe Discopo. Talk Radio 77 WABC. Now, in the Bernard McGurk Studios of 77 WABC. And Curtis Lewa. Curtis doesn't know about you, but he rips and reads. This is the Rip and Read.
Padre, Figlio e Spirito Santo. Well. Right again. A little bit. Keep it right there. Lou. Stay in moment of the spirit this guy could be. Justin Ellick, you remember it was months and months ago that I came on this most powerful of all radio stations in the nation by day, most powerful at night around the world. And I accused Catholic Charities of aiding and abetting illegal aliens who are coming into our country, unvetted, pouring across the borders, and then providing them with guidance on how they could make their way to NYC. And get what was being offered to them by the swagger man, remember, with no plan at the time, Eric Adams, with his $5,000 customized suit, his staff from City Hall giving out the swag bags as the first buses arrived from the Mexican border with Texas. And then as he brought them over to the Midtown hotels in Times Square and started housing them at $400 a night with culturally appropriate food and iPhones and cell phones and smartphones and health insurance. The Biden of Brooklyn that he was in. Yep. And I said it was Catholic Charities that was making money from the Biden federal government hand over fist. And it was a racket. It was a racket. They were not accountable to anyone. There were no invoices. There were no receipts. It was almost $100 million that went into their coffers from the Biden administration. And now we're finding out as the Trump administration peels this entangled mess of monies that have gone into now protecting criminal illegal aliens. I'll get to that aspect of it. Catholic Charities was by far the largest end recipient of illegal alien funding from 3 federal government agencies. That's a fact. The State Department, USAID, and FEMA. Over $100 million. And they can't account for how it was spent, although we know was to transport illegal aliens into our city and other cities and to fill up their churches empty, as they often are, during the English masses, but packed to the rafters when they have their Spanish and Creole masses. Their only hope in the future is that these illegal aliens remain Catholics and contribute into the baskets that are passed around for collection on Sundays, without which they'll be out of business. Well, what started last Sunday has now become a tsunami and avalanche. First, it was Vice President J.D. Vance, a born-again Catholic in 2018. He had been an evangelical, so as a converted Catholic, you always want to try harder. Conversions always make people want to try harder, and he waylaid into the bishops across America who are condemning the Trump administration for their ICE sweeps.
As a practicing Catholic, I was actually heartbroken by that statement. And I think that the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops needs to actually look in the mirror a little bit and recognize that when they receive over $100 million to help resettle illegal immigrants, are they worried about humanitarian concerns, or are they actually worried about their bottom line?
Oh, he slammed it. And we know it's been their bottom line. And the bishops have continued to try to give sanctuary to not just the illegal aliens, more importantly, those who have committed major, vicious, violent crimes, including those who have been narco-terrorists, sex traffickers, terrorists, and enemies of America. They don't care. Well, now it's gone beyond the vice president. It's gone to Donald Trump, who is not a Roman Catholic. He has permanently cut off funding to Catholic charities because they bring illegals into the USA. You got that, ladies and gentlemen? He has frozen Catholic charities funding over the fact that they've aided and abetted the transportation of illegal aliens into every nook, cranny, and corner of our country, including those who have not only committed crimes in their country of origin, and Catholic Charities was aware of that, but have committed crimes while residing here as our unwanted guests. And now probably the worst of the many violations that Catholic Charities has committed. They are aiding and abetting criminal illegal aliens who are here, who know that ICE, the Immigration and Naturalization Service, is out there with detainers ready to arrest them and deport them to their country of origin. So they're actually teaching them how to avoid being picked up by ICE. And where did they get the resource to be able to teach them how to avoid the long arm of the taxpayers who during the Biden administration were pickpocketed to give money to Catholic charities and other NGOs, but Catholic Charities was by far the largest end recipient of the illegal alien funding from 3 federal government agencies. Again, the State Department, USAID, and FEMA. We want a full accounting. Where did the money go? How much went to the illegal aliens? How much went into the coffers of individuals involved in Catholic charities, and how much money went into the Catholic Church itself? What happened to separation of church and state, huh? I started this. I caught hell because I kept talking about this. People were saying, suspend them, fire them. It's blasphemous. Well, I guess if I'm blasphemous, as I was years ago, then I guess Trump, J.D. Vance, and the Trump administration is blasphemous. Get your act together, Catholic Charities, because you're helping, aiding, and abetting criminal illegal aliens try to avoid the long arm of the law, ICE.
Talk Radio 77 WABC.
This is New York's talk leader, the crown jewel of talk radio. WABC New York and 107.1 WLIR Hampton Bays. News first at 59 past the hour.
77 WABC News starts now.
33 degrees, sunny skies. It's Thursday, January 30th. Good afternoon. I'm James Flippin. President Trump says there are no survivors in last night's plane crash in Washington, D.C.
On behalf of the First Lady, myself, and 340 million Americans, our hearts are shattered alongside yours, and our prayers are with you now and in the days to come.
He provided an update from the White House press room this morning.
Because over the years I've watched as things like this happen, and they say, well, we're always investigating, and then the investigation 3 years later, they announce it. We think we have some pretty good ideas.
The president said it's an hour of anguish for the nation. 64 passengers on the jet and 3 soldiers on the helicopter are dead. This collision involving an American Airlines jet and an Army Black Hawk helicopter, and it happened just before 9 o'clock last night over the Potomac River. Trump says it's not yet known what led to the crash. He's vowed to make sure it doesn't happen again. He also blasted the Biden and Obama White Houses for putting politics before safety, saying for too long DEI, or diversity programs, have propped up people in positions they otherwise would not have had, such as at the FAA.
I'm also immediately appointing an acting commissioner to the FAA, Christopher Rocheleau, a 22-year veteran of the agency, highly respected. My administration will set the highest possible bar for aviation safety. We have to have our smartest people. It doesn't matter what they look like, how they speak, who they are. It matters intellect, talent, the word talent.
The head of American Airlines blaming the Army. Pilot Keith Mackey, an airline safety and accident investigation expert, says there may have been a communication problem.
It would appear that the helicopter pilots had different radio frequencies than the airplane pilots, so they may not have heard the conversations to each other. The airplane may not have been aware of the helicopter's presence at all.
And back in the tri-state now, a tragedy of a different kind. Discovered early this morning in Jersey City, a woman and 2 children dead after a stabbing rampage inside a home.
Jersey City cops shocked when they made their way into a Hutton Street home about 1 this morning and found a woman and 2 kids, just 5 and 9 years old, unconscious with stab wounds to their bodies. Police say a man related to the kids and the woman stabbed them to death and then tried to kill himself. Neighbors just stunned.
It's gotten so out of control, I don't even know where to begin with that, you know?
It's actually kind of horrible, you know, it's very unfortunate, and I feel very sad just to hear about that.
Chaplains and social workers have been dispatched to the neighborhood to help neighbors with their grief. Noah Bladen,
Fare evasion, such a huge problem over recent years, is down in the New York City subway and bus system, at least according to Metropolitan Transportation Agency officials. MTA stats show from June of last year through December, subway fare evasion was down 26%. On MTA buses, officials say fare evasion dropped by 9%. In 2023, the MTA says it lost more than $700 million in revenue due to people not paying for their rides. WABC News Time, 104, sports, weather, and Wall Street next.
Every weekend, newsmakers are on 77 WABC.
The Cats Roundtable, John Catsimatidis with Charlie Gasparino on Trump in Davos.
They see a strong leader in Donald Trump as a 180 from the weakness of Joe Biden.
With Governor David Patterson on Trump's first week in office.
President Trump is demonstrating he is far more prepared than he was in 2017.
Judge Jeanine Pirro on the border.
So now we've got Tom Homan. They're making the arrests. This is what America wants. This is why Donald Trump was elected.
With Bo Donaldson and the Haywoods.
He was living on the names of the back of the first Rolling Stones album. Courtney decided that Haywood would be the name for the band.
In a million years, we'd never come up with that, guess. Listen to these mini-casts and more. Download the 77 WABC mini-casts. Everything you need to know in 10 minutes or less. 77 WABC News, continuing the tradition of delivering the best radio news.
77 WABC Chime Time 105. In sports, the NHL is putting together a special animated version of hockey games in a bid to draw in younger viewers. The first episode will feature a recap of the January 25th game between the Washington Capitals and Vancouver Canucks, the NHL Hockeyverse matchup of the week, a half-hour animated program recapping games with cartoon avatars in place of players. On Wall Street, stocks are mixed. Right now, the Dow is up 144 points. And here's the forecast from the 77 WABC Weather Center. Sunny skies today, a high near 37. Overnight, a chance of rain approaching dawn and a chance of freezing rain during the morning commute. Increasing cloud cover overnight, a low near 32. WABC News Time 106. Greg Kelly is next. 33 degrees and clear in Midtown. And I'm James Flippin.
The Greg Kelly Show.
All right, wow, we're back. Everyone's talking about the plane crash last night, a little after 9 o'clock, right around 9 o'clock, that big jetliner, not too big actually, a commuter jetliner on its way back from Wichita, Kansas to Washington, D.C. on approach, collided with a helicopter, a Black Hawk helicopter, a military helicopter. Everybody's dead, 67 people total. What happened? Well, it looks like the helicopter probably did. Well, we don't want to say yet. Now, one thing I think we can say for certain is the airplane didn't do anything wrong. The airplane was where it was supposed to be, doing what it was supposed to be. And as coming in for a landing, very little for that to do other than continue to come in for the landing. The helicopter, look, I lived in Washington, D.C. for 4 years. I happen to be a pilot, too. One thing I noticed about D.C., there are way too many helicopters flying way too low all the time. I just found it like, okay, I know this is an important city, and I know there are a lot of VIPs all over the place, but this is a little bit ridiculous. It's flying too low, flying all the time, and maybe even too many helicopters. So one time, in my apartment in Washington, D.C. in 2005, I did not live in a very...
Ayelen.
West 58th Street.
with severe disabilities, the most underrepresented segment of the workforce, and they want them in, and they want them, they can be air traffic controllers. This was on January 14th, so it was a week before I entered the
is keen on
Put it on a graph, which is
if it's not serving the purpose that we are moving on.
and these organizations can consume with DEI and marijuana smoking. Everybody can smoke marijuana. Everybody. It's made everybody a little bit less good at their job. Hey, the other thing I want to do is Cash Patel is up for FBI director. He is a great guy. He is from Garden City, Long Island. We have some moments with him. Cash Patel doing his thing.
conference on the investigation into the air collision at 2:45 this afternoon, and Central Winds will bring it to you live. The president spoke about the worst aviation disaster in the U.S. in 15 years.
President Trump has called for national unity after what's likely the worst American aviation disaster in nearly a quarter century, while quickly politicizing it.
I speak to you this morning in an hour of anguish.
In the White House briefing room,
We are one family.
but the president soon lashed out at his Democratic predecessors for lowering air safety standards.
I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first.
Without evidence, faulting Democrats and Federal Aviation Administration diversity efforts.
The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities.
Activists actually blaming BEI for the accident.
It's just the FAA.
They doubled down on BEI's to blame,
Common sense.
while absolving the jet pilot.
He was doing everything right. He was on track.
The president questioned Blackhawk's crew.
I have helicopters. You can stop a helicopter very quickly.
The president for spreading conspiracy. That crews were in the 30% river just a few miles away, searching for bodies.
It just turns your stomach.
Soccer, manhattn, Washington.
Passengers on Wednesday's flight included a group of figure skaters, their coaches, and family members returning from a development camp that followed the U.S. Figure Skating Championship in Wichita. In a statement, U.S. Figure Skating said, "We are devastated by this unspeakable tragedy and hold the victims' families closely in our hearts." Reagan International normal operations. The move there is grim. Martha Diamond, Central Winds on 93.
It's just we can put it on the air. We should. That really is like I said, you can put those basics like so using that in there you can put this document
Why I didn't make it just but actually because the traditional business in Jamaica
Sweet Home Alabama. Sweet Home Alabama.
On the next Fresh Air, how Louis Armstrong became the first black pop star and musician who provided the foundational language of improvisation. We talk with Ricky Riccardi, author of Stomp Off, Let's Go, The Early Years of Louis Armstrong. Join us. Weekdays at 2 on 93.9 FM, AM 820, or live stream at WNYC.org.
WNYC is supported by Perlman Performing Arts Center, presenting Urban Bush Women's jazz-fueled dance musical Scat, The Complex Lives of Alan Dot. February 5th through the 8th. Tickets at packnyc.org.
Analyzing conversations to inspire
Sweet Home Alabama.
Learn more at temperament.org. Claudia Ocuña, who brings a curated selection of Latin American standards. February 7th. Tickets and information at carnegiehall.org.
If you believe democracy requires a free press, your station is WNYC, 93.9 FM and AM 820.
Sweet Home Alabama.
New York Conversation.
Welcome back to All of It. I'm Allison Stewart, and to end our show today, we're going to be talking about this beautiful, ridiculous city. That's the name of a new graphic memoir about the author's coming to New York story. From an intergenerational family home just outside of Calcutta, Kate Mahoney was educated at English-speaking schools. She read about New York, and it made her fall in love with the city before she ever stepped foot in the Big Apple. She was especially entranced by its literary history. Mahoney quotes E.B. White on the first page saying, "In the country there are a few chances of sudden rejuvenation. A shift in weather, perhaps, or something arriving in the mail. But in New York, the chances are endless." A writer, researcher, and artist, Mahoney writes with what belonging means in a city full of people who come from everywhere, and how the post-colonial arc of India's history has shaped her journey. Kate Mahoney, welcome to All of It. Hi, so glad to be here. So glad to have you. I think I pronounced your last Sohini? It's Sohini, yeah. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. Sohini. How did literature come to be the catalyst for your move to New York?
So I feel like I've just been shaped by all these popular culture and classic literature stuff that I just grew up reading, watching. And I was an introvert and still am. I'm still very much an introvert, but so I spend a lot of time reading and in libraries, and my dad had this dusty, it's not a library, but it's like this kind of like dusty old room, and where he had all these books, like mostly like second-hand copies from College Street, and I spent a lot of time in that room, and I don't know, dream of the world, I guess, so that's where it started.
Listeners, if you are one of the million viewers who came here from somewhere else, we want to hear what it is about that called you to this beautiful, ridiculous city, and what made you feel like you belong here. 212-433-9692, 212-433-WNYC. You can join us on the air, or you can reach us via text. 212-433-WNYC. What brought you to this beautiful, ridiculous city? You say in the book, in the thank yous, that you drew 12 hours a day for nearly 6 months. Did you know what you wanted to draw, or did it come to you daily?
So the way comics work is usually you have to there's thumbnailing and there's penciling, inking, and then coloring. And usually there are different themes for that, but when you do graphic novels, mostly like one person does it. I'm not like, I came from academia. I don't have like a background in comics. I just started drawing one day because my mentor did, and I was inspired by it. So I didn't go like the traditional route. I couldn't find a way to, have the entire book thrown out ahead of time and then, run it by my girls like that. So what I did was I took it one page, literally one page at a time.
Oh, wow.
So I would literally sketch and pencil one page, and my goal was just this one thing. I didn't want the images to repeat what the word said already, because in that case, I may as well write prose. But I was trying to make a comic, so I was like, the words have to mean, the images, the illustrations have to mean as much as the words. So that's how I made, similar pages and tried to make my compositions.
There are many pull quotes, and one is from James Baldwin early on in the book. And he wrote, it was books that taught me that the things that tormented me most were the very things that connected me with all the people who were alive who had ever been alive. How does that relate to you?
So I grew up reading, stuff like Asterix and Tintin, and that was just, fun comics. I didn't really think much of it, so I encountered Alice Inspector's Fun Home, and that was, I think, very well started, because her story, it's a very messy story, as we all know, and obviously it wasn't similar to mine, but I think my family was very dysfunctional, just like hers, and there was a death which was very messy, which I only allude to in the book because I didn't know yet how to write about it. That's for my next book. But when I read it, I felt not so alone, and it's just such a weird thing to say, because I was in India, she was in New York, and we didn't have anything in common, but she made me feel like I was not alone in this world. So yeah, that's...
She's in the book too.
Yeah, she's on the cover too.
It's so interesting when you said that it made you not feel as alone.
Yeah. That's a really great question. I guess I never really thought about it, but I guess it just made me realize that, when we are depressed, we think that literally nobody else can understand us.
Right.
But sometimes books can. That's all I can really say about it. It's a little ineffable, I think.
Kay Sahidi is a comic artist, researcher, and writer. Her new book is called This Beautiful, Ridiculous City. An important part of your story starts with some of the changes in Indian culture, especially during the 90s. Growing up, how did you understand how cultural changes in India shaped your home life?
So I feel like that, so I might be inaccurate because it's been a while, but growing up, it really felt like the change was overnight. One moment, I remember having this black and white CRT TV, which only had state-run channels, and then the very next day, we had cable TV, and then the single theater cinemas turned into multiplexes, and there were American cars and American movies, and all of these things happening almost overnight. And so there was something, a lot of American literature on College Street too, which I then kind of grew up reading. So it almost shaped my dreams and desires when I wasn't even looking. I wasn't consciously thinking about it. Only upon coming here and realizing that I don't feel a culture shock, or that hey, why don't I? So yeah, that's it again.
There's a chapter in the book called Clementines, because in Bengali we do not say I love you. What do you remember about your family, about the role of food in your family?
I am serious about that. In Bengali, we do not say I love you. I mean, there is literal translation, but I do not remember. My parents love me very much, they just never say it. When they do want to say it, they, feed me. So I am quite literal about that. But like I said, my family, when we were growing up, it was just something made us, a lot of us, emotionally dysfunctional, and Bengali shoulder therapy, I don't really, they do now, but back then they did it. So a lot of our comfort was literally from gathering around food. I think
Well, this page alone shows me all of the different food in your family. It's quite, would you tell people a little bit about this page?
Oh my god, yeah. So there's this one story that I do want to mention is that page features this Bengali dessert dishes, food kind of thing. So when I was leaving for the US, my grandmother, she made this huge pot of rice, and she wanted me to take just a container of it with me. And I was like, Didu, there's no way I can take this because this is liquid, and liquids are not allowed. my mother sent it, and I was like, you will not understand that. But you know, like she was a very emotional lady. She loved me very, very much, and I actually had to take it to the airport. I just had to eat it before I, you know, like went through the gates because I knew like I wouldn't be able to throw it away. You know, like that would have broken my heart. So that's sweet. Yeah.
The way you write about New York City and what it has to offer you is a sense of possibility, right? It was a dream of your parents, in a way, that you would be ready for whatever the next thing was, whatever it was going to be, because they lived in a certain place and they were trying to expand your horizons.
I did my parents, sorry, what was that? I was saying, you know,
why do you think you gravitated towards the city rather than from a less chaotic way of life?
So you have to understand that the small town I grew up in, it was incredibly small, like to the extent where it was actually claustrophobic, and I say it both like, I say it more like socially speaking. There was no room for errors. People had to live in a certain way. It was very normative. There was literally no room to experiment. It's one of the reasons why my mother's sister died. And I just couldn't take it. I just wanted to be in a place that people did not know me. And New York seemed like a good place to get lost in.
My guest is Kay Sahini, comic artist, researcher, and writer. Her new book is called The Beautiful, Ridiculous City. If you're one of the millions of New Yorkers who came here from somewhere else, we'd love to hear from you. Why you came to this beautiful and ridiculous city. Our number is 212-433-9692, 212-433-WNYC. Let's talk to Tibor, who's calling in from New Jersey. Hi, Tibor. Thank you so much for calling all of it. You are on the air.
Thank you very much. I hope it's not going to be feedback. My name is Tibor Spiegel. I am originally from a country that used to be called Yugoslavia. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. When did you come here?
Okay. I came out as an exchange student back in the 70s, and in 79 I spent 2 weeks in New York City. At that time, Exxon had these free concerts by the Philharmonics, and Zubin Mehta was a conductor, and I was witnessing a live concert for free in New York City Park. Zubin Mehta conducting Mahler's Fifth. To me, that was amazing. Free stuff in America, the world-renowned Philharmonics, so that just blew my mind. So I got, you know, so much impressed by it. I fell in love with New York City. I came back later in the 80s, and the 48th Street, I don't know if you remember, at one point that was the musical street. So on 48th Street, you had all these music stores. And if you were long enough standing on the street, you run into celebrities coming to buy guitar strings, coming to buy stuff. So you can meet like anybody who was somebody in New York musician or even world renowned. I met Stevie Wonder, and with him, he sang Hello in my language, Bravo. That blew my mind. So the music was my attraction to New York. And I worked in New York for 30 years. I'm in Jersey right now, but the original question, what brought me back to New York, is music, music, music.
Thank you so much for that statement. This text says, I was drawn to the city because of its sense of beauty. You step out your door and encounter people.
Sound of the music.
Like home. One of the motifs in the book is we keep referring to you on the comment.
Diversification.
Some of your initial thoughts before explaining coming to New York. Why did you want to revisit that moment?
I think the day I came here, I still remember it very clearly, the evening. The plane just sat on the tarmac for a while because it was a stormy evening. It was raining. It was raining super hard, and then I remember just sitting there. I was all alone, and I just kept thinking, did I make a mistake? Because all the people I left behind, I just felt a sense of guilt because I knew everything I was leaving behind. I was leaving behind. But then, like, they would still have to go through, like, everything I tried to leave behind. If that makes sense. But over time, I just realized that me staying there and not, you know, like, being my best self wouldn't have been of any help to them. So, yeah. So as I, you know, like, progressed through the story, I kind of, like, come upon the realization that me leaving did not have to do with my own guilt, but somebody else's.
Were there other themes you wanted to reflect in the book, in the visual style of the book, to help us understand your story?
Yeah, I guess the one thing is, the reason I call this a beautiful, ridiculous city is, as we know, New York, it's a beautiful city, but it does have its problems. I do not like like even non-New Yorkers say it. But if you live here, you probably like to complain about it. But at the end of the day, I do feel very optimistic about the city, and it's because I'm the kind of person who just, like, needs to believe in, like, some kind of magic. I don't know, like, be it Shah Rukh Khan or be New York City, it just has to be something bigger than myself. Because, like I mentioned, I am capable of working super hard, but I'm also somebody who gets sad very often, like, for no reason at all. And for those moments, I really need something bigger than myself, something magical, like New York, like the myth of New York, to just, like, pull me back.
Let's take another call. This is Bobby calling in from Jersey City, New Jersey. Hi, Bobby. You are on the air.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for taking my call. So, yeah, I came at Greenwich House.
Please listen carefully as our menu options have changed. For English, press 1 para español. If you have applied for benefits or already have a case, you can get information without waiting for an agent. To hear information about your application or case, press or say 1. To hear other options, press or say 2. Did you know you can skip to a program menu just by saying its name? For example, for the Fair Fares menu, say Fair Fares. For information about cash assistance, which can include SNAP and Medicaid, or one-shot deals for help with bills like rent or utilities, press or say 1. For information about SNAP benefits only, press or say 2. For information about Medicaid or public health insurance, press or say 3. For information about housing or rent assistance, welcome to the menu for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, also called SNAP. We help New Yorkers get the food they need.
The federal authority that allows for the replacement of skimmed SNAP benefits and December 2024. The Department of Social Services does not allow to issue SNAP skimming replacement for theft that occurs after December 20th, 2024. Clients can still file claims for the replacement of skimmed SNAP benefits after December 20th, 2024, as long as the theft occurred on or before December 20th, 2024, and the claim is filed within 30 days after they learn the benefits were stolen. This does not impact claims for skimmed cash assistance benefits.
Have you used Access HRA or the Access HRA mobile app to manage your case? In addition to applying or recertifying for benefits, you can use Access HRA to request cash assistance case changes and special benefits for emergencies, check the status of your case, view your EBT balances, and any benefits issued for your case. View notices HRA sent you. See the documents HRA received from you. Update your contact information. Complete your SNAP periodic report. The Access HRA mobile app also lets you submit photos of documents requested by HRA. Visit www.nyc.gov/accesshra to get started. If you are calling for information on an application you submitted or a case you already have, press or say 1. For general program information about SNAP benefits, press or say 2. To replace a lost, stolen, or damaged EBT card, press or say 3. If you need us to mail you a form or application for SNAP, or have questions about how to apply, press or say 4. If you want SNAP helps New Yorkers get the food they need. You'll get an EBT card that you can use like a debit card to buy groceries at most stores and farmers markets. To return to the previous menu, press or say 9. To return to the main menu, press or say pound.
Too complicated.
Sorry, I didn't get that. To return to the previous menu, press or say 9. To return to the main menu, press. If you are calling for information on an application you submitted or a case you already have, press or say 1. For general program information about SNAP, to further assist you, we will need to gather some information. Warning, the information you are about to access is confidential and may only be accessed by individuals lawfully authorized to do so. To help us locate your application or case, please choose from the following options. To enter your social security number and date of birth, press or say 1. To enter your HRA case number and date of birth, press or say 2. You want to use a case number, is that right?
Yes.
Please say or enter your 8-digit HRA case number. That was 013133672. If this is correct, press or say 1. Please say your date of birth or enter your date of birth as a 2-digit month, 2-digit day, and 4-digit year. If you do not have please say your date of birth or enter your date of birth as a 2-digit month,
be back. We will get something. sunshine, maybe that's why. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Like, share, subscribe.
absolutely a genius.
The 27 people from the plane and 1 from the helicopter. The district office of the medical examiner has waiting on reuniting these bodies and these people with their loved ones, and we will continue to work to find all the bodies and collect them and reunite them with their loved ones. We should also acknowledge that the Virginia medical examiner and the Army medical examiner are involved in this operation and a very important part of getting people identified.
And so a news conference ongoing right now, but this is what the mayor of Wichita, Kansas had to say. The flight came from Wichita.
And at this time, we have been told that there are no survivors. We mourn with all those who have been impacted. This is a terrible tragedy that will unite those in Washington, D.C. and Wichita, Kansas forever. As we know, an American Airlines jet carrying 64 people plunged into the Potomac River after colliding in midair with an Army helicopter on Wednesday night.
And that's the mayor of Wichita. I've been to Wichita several times speaking, a lovely community. And when you fly out of smaller communities like Wichita, you're on a smaller aircraft, as it appeared. That was the case, the direct flight from Wichita to the nation's capital. And so now, President Trump is blaming, and we're going to begin with your telephone calls in just a second. He is blaming the FAA and what he calls incompetence on DEI practices. And folks, let me be very clear here. If DEI had something to do with the hiring of these employees, then President Trump is correct.
We want to point out that various articles that appeared prior to my entering office, and here's one. The FAA's diversity push includes focus on hiring people with severe intellectual and psychiatric disabilities. That is amazing. And then it says FAA says people with severe disabilities are most underrepresented segment of the workforce, and they want them in, and they want them, they can be air traffic controllers. I don't think so. This was in January 14th, so that was a week before I entered office. They put a big push to put diversity into the FAA's program. And then another article, the Federal Aviation Administration, this was before I got to office, recently, second term. The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled out on the agency's website. Can you imagine?
The President of the United States, 800-848-9222. Let's begin with your calls. Teddy, line 3 in Yonkers. Teddy, what's on your mind?
Good afternoon, Dominic. To me, it is totally ludicrous and disingenuous. Not even 10 hours, not even 12 hours without any investigation to make a conclusion. He's making a conclusion on what's caused this tragedy that took place, okay? If it turns out that it's DEI-related employees, fine. Let's make a definite conclusion. They have an investigation, and they make a conclusion. Well, it takes a while, Dominic. You can't do that. Dominic, let me just say this. 20 years ago, I read in Men's Health magazine the 10 most stressful jobs in America. Number 1 and number 2 were either high school urban people.
central shopping locations, but yeah.